Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I've always found apartment buildings to be living organisms of their own. Concrete and steel veins connecting dozens of lives, each behind identical doors, yet containing entirely different worlds. As a detective specializing in unusual disappearances, I've developed an appreciation for the strange ecology of urban living. This understanding served me well when I received a call from Thomas Mercer, the building manager at the Westlake Residences. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the vertical blinds in Mercer's cramped office when I arrived. He was a meticulous man in his 50s, with wire-framed glasses that caught the light as he nervously adjusted them. The room smelled of old paper and coffee gone cold. A fan rotated lazily overhead, making the edges of papers on his desk flutter slightly with each pass. "I've managed this building for 11 years, he began, his voice barely above a whisper. "I know every tenant, every lease, every payment." His fingers drummed softly against a manila folder. "But yesterday, while updating our emergency contact information, I found something irregular." I let the silence hang in the air between us, knowing that the spaces between words often reveal more than the words themselves. "There's a name in our system, apartment 4C Aliner Voss." He paused, running his index finger along the edge of the folder. "The thing is, detective, I have no memory of renting to anyone by that name. No application paperwork, no credit check, no security deposit." The ceiling fan clicked softly with each rotation, marking time in our quiet conversation. "And that's not all," Mercer continued, opening the folder with deliberate slowness. "When I went to 4C yesterday afternoon, I found the apartment furnished, lived in, but completely empty of people." He slid a photograph across the desk. The image showed a modest studio apartment with a neatly made bed, books arranged on shelves, and dishes drying beside a sink. Nothing unusual except for what sat on the small dining table, a stack of notebooks. "These were on the table," he said, removing 3 spiral-bound notebooks from the folder and placing them beside the photograph. "They contain conversations, my conversations, private ones, phone calls I made from my apartment, arguments with my wife, discussions with maintenance staff that happened behind closed doors." The windows had begun to darken as evening approached, and the office felt suddenly smaller, more confined. I reached for the top notebook, feeling its weight, the physical burden of privacy violated. Opening the first page, I discovered meticulous handwriting, dates, times, verbatim transcriptions of conversations. The writer had documented Thomas Mercer's life with scientific precision. I flipped through pages spanning months, all filled with the intimate details of the building manager's daily existence. "I've checked every record," Mercer said, his voice breaking slightly. "The rent for 4C has been automatically deposited into our account on the 1st of every month for the past 7 months, but there's no lease agreement, no rental application, nothing." I nodded slowly, feeling the first gentle tugs of unease pulling at the edges of my consciousness. "Tell me about access to the building, security cameras, key cards." Mercer removed his glasses, cleaning them with a handkerchief in slow, deliberate motions. "We have a key fob system for the main entrance. Each fob has a unique identifier linked to the apartment number. According to our access logs, the fob for 4C has been used regularly, entering and exiting the building at odd hours, usually very late at night or early morning." "And no one has ever seen this Aliner Voss?" I asked, continuing to leaf through the notebooks, finding detailed accounts of not just Mercer's conversations, but also descriptions of his expressions, his posture, his emotional state during each interaction. "That's what's most disturbing," Mercer replied, replacing his glasses. "I asked every tenant on the 4th floor. Not one of them has ever seen their neighbor. When pressed, several mentioned hearing sounds from the apartment, soft footsteps, running water, the occasional closing of drawers, but no one has ever laid eyes on the occupant." I closed the notebook and set it down, feeling a slight chill despite the warmth of the evening. "Have you entered the apartment yourself?" "Yes, yesterday after finding the notebooks, I used the master key. Everything was exactly as you see in the photo, lived in yet untouched, like a museum exhibit of a life rather than a life itself." He hesitated. There was one other thing. The bathroom mirror had been completely covered with black fabric, secured with tape around the edges. The office had grown darker, our faces now partially obscured by the deepening shadows. Mercer made no move to turn on additional lights. "I'd like to see the apartment," I said, rising from my chair. The leather creaked beneath me, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet room. We took the elevator to the 4th floor, our reflections ghostly in the polished metal doors. The hallway stretched before us, identical doors on either side, the carpet muffling our footsteps as we approached 4C. Mercer's key slid into the lock with a soft click. The door swung open without a sound, revealing the apartment exactly as it had appeared in the photograph. The air inside felt different, not stale as one might expect from an unoccupied space, but rather too fresh, as if recently disturbed. I moved through the apartment slowly, taking in details. The bookshelf contained volumes on acoustics, architectural design, and sound propagation through materials. A small desk in the corner held technical manuals for audio equipment. Everything was meticulously organized, without a speck of dust visible on any surface. In the kitchenette, I opened the refrigerator to find it stocked with basic items: milk, eggs, vegetables, all fresh, none expired. The bathroom was similarly immaculate, with the mirror indeed covered by black fabric, the edges sealed with blue painter's tape. "Have you removed this?" I asked, gesturing to the covered mirror. "No," Mercer replied from the doorway, unwilling to step fully into the bathroom. It felt invasive somehow. I nodded, understanding his hesitation. There was something deeply unsettling about the covered reflection, as if the apartment's occupant couldn't bear to see themselves, or didn't want to be seen, even by their own eyes. Returning to the main room, I examined the notebooks more carefully where they sat on the table. The handwriting was consistent throughout, small, precise letters that never wavered in their careful documentation. Flipping to the final written page in the most recent notebook, I found an entry from just 2 days earlier. "Mercer suspects something now. His morning routine has changed. He checked the tenant files today, lingering on the 4th floor entries. He knows I'm here, even if he doesn't understand how. Soon he will check the apartment. Soon he will find these notes. Soon he will call someone like you." The final sentence sent a cold sensation across my shoulders. I turned to share this with Mercer, only to find him staring at something on the kitchen counter. "This wasn't here yesterday," he said, his voice barely audible. I joined him by the counter where a small digital audio recorder sat, its red recording light blinking steadily. Beside it was a handwritten note. "I've been listening to you for months, Thomas. Now I'm listening to both of you, every word, every breath. The walls between apartments are remarkably thin when you know how to listen. I've never needed to sign a lease because I've never needed permission to occupy the spaces between your thoughts. I'll be moving soon. Another building, another manager, another life to document. But I'll keep these recordings of you, detective. Your voice has such interesting patterns. The silence in the apartment pressed against us like a physical weight. Somewhere in the building, a door closed with a distant thud. The refrigerator hummed to life, startling us both. I reached for the recorder, switching it off with a decisive click. "We'll need to dust for fingerprints," I said, my professional tone belying the unease growing within me. "Check building security footage, canvass the neighbors again." But even as I outlined these standard procedures, I knew we were unlikely to find anything conclusive. Elinor Voss, if that was even a real name, had lived between the walls and the consciousness of the building's residents, documenting life without participating in it. The perfect ghost, one that leaves just enough evidence to prove it existed, but never enough to be caught. 3 days later, my suspicions were confirmed. No fingerprints, no useful security footage, just a shadowy figure with face always turned away from cameras. The automatic rent payments stopped. The apartment was empty again, cleared of all personal belongings, leaving behind only the standard furniture that had come with the unit. The covered bathroom mirror remained untouched, its black fabric still securely taped in place. When we finally removed it, we found nothing unusual about the reflection it offered, just the empty bathroom, my tired face, and Mercer's anxious one behind me. But sometimes, in the quiet moments of my own apartment, I catch myself wondering about the walls around me, about the spaces between apartments, about how sound travels through building materials, and whether perhaps someone is listening even now, documenting the rhythm of my breath, the cadence of my private thoughts, preparing to move on to their next subject of observation. I find myself speaking less at home these days, and I've started covering my own mirrors at night, though I couldn't quite explain why if you asked me. Some questions are better left in silence. Some answers are hidden in the spaces between words, in the quiet moments when we think no one is listening. Story 2, there's something uniquely disturbing about finding something where nothing should be. I've been a detective in this small coastal town for 15 years, and I've seen my share of oddities, but this case still haunts the quiet corners of my mind when I'm alone with my thoughts. It began on a misty Tuesday morning in late October, the kind of morning where the fog rolls in from the sea and settles between the pines, muffling sounds and transforming the familiar into something just slightly off-kilter. I was called to a construction site on the outskirts of town, where Maple Drive curves into the wooded area that's been gradually giving way to new development. The lot in question, number 437, had been cleared weeks earlier. I remembered driving past it myself, seeing nothing but bare soil and survey stakes marking where foundation work would begin. The developer, Westlake Properties, had secured all the permits. Everything was proceeding according to schedule. Until that morning. "It wasn't here yesterday," the foreman told me, his voice barely above a whisper. His name was Morgan, a weathered man in his 50s who had overseen dozens of construction projects in the county, not the type to spook easily, yet there was a tremor in his hands as he clutched his clipboard. "I swear to you, detective, we locked the gate at 6 yesterday evening and the lot was empty, just dirt and markings." I stood beside him, staring at what should have been impossible. A house fully constructed stood in the middle of the lot, not a hastily built shack or temporary structure, but a complete two-story craftsman-style home with gray siding, white trim, and a covered porch. The landscaping around it looked weeks old, with mulched beds and small shrubs placed with professional precision. "Has anyone gone inside?" I asked, the gravel beneath my shoes crunching softly as I took a cautious step forward. "No, sir," Morgan replied. "When we arrived at 7 and saw this, I called the office, then you. Nobody's gone near it." I approached slowly, police training keeping me alert despite the surreal nature of the situation. The walkway leading to the front door was made of neatly laid pavers, not a single one out of alignment. No construction debris, no sign of rushed work. Every detail suggested this house had been built methodically, with care and impossibility given the time frame. The front door was unlocked. It swung open silently on well-oiled hinges when I turned the handle, revealing an interior that was just as complete as the exterior. The entryway opened to a living room with hardwood floors that gleamed under recessed lighting. Modern furniture, a gray sectional sofa, glass coffee table, abstract art on the walls completed the picture of a home ready for occupancy. The air inside held a peculiar scent, not the chemical smell of new construction, but something older, like papers kept in storage too long. I moved carefully through the space, noting the lack of dust on any surface. In the kitchen, stainless steel appliances reflected my bewildered expression. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, the refrigerator humming quietly. When I opened it, I found it fully stocked with fresh groceries. "Detective," Morgan called from outside, his voice distant through the strange acoustics of the house. "Should I call for backup?" "Not yet," I replied, though I wasn't sure he could hear me. My attention had been caught by a home office adjacent to the living room. Unlike the modern decor elsewhere, this room contained a massive wooden desk that seemed antique, with intricate carvings along its edges. A leather chair sat behind it, and filing cabinets lined one wall. The drawers of the desk were organized with manila folders, each labeled with a name. With growing unease, I recognized that Morgan's name was there, as was the project manager's. I found folders for each member of the construction crew scheduled to work on this lot. My own name marked a thicker folder near the back. With steadying breaths, I opened my file. Inside were documents spanning my entire life: birth certificate, school records, performance reviews from the police department, medical history. Photos I'd never seen before, me getting coffee last week, checking my mail, sleeping through my bedroom window. The final page was blank except for a single line of text in typewritten letters. "We've been waiting for you to notice us." The ceiling creaked above me, the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the second floor. I closed the file and drew my weapon, my heart rate accelerating despite years of training. The staircase was at the end of the hallway, solid oak steps leading up to darkness. As I approached, each floorboard solid beneath my feet, I noticed something that had escaped my initial inspection: photographs hung along the stairwell wall. Family portraits, vacation snapshots, graduation ceremonies. In each one, standing somewhere in the background, was the same figure, tall, indistinct, watching. And in the most recent photos, the figure was closer to the foreground. The steps creaked rhythmically as I ascended. The second-floor hallway extended in both directions with 4 closed doors. The footsteps I'd heard had gone silent. I moved toward the master bedroom, nudging the door open with my shoulder while keeping my weapon ready. The bedroom was empty of people, but furnished completely king-sized bed with nightstands, dresser, reading chair by the window. On the bed lay an open laptop, its screen glowing in the dim room. As I approached, I saw it displayed a live security camera feed of the construction site entrance. I watched in real time as 2 more police cruisers pulled up alongside my own. I hadn't called for backup. The other doors led to a bathroom and 2 smaller bedrooms, both empty of people but fully furnished. The final door was different older wood with a tarnished brass handle. It opened to reveal a narrow staircase leading to what must have been an attic space. Against my better judgment, drawn by an investigator's need to know, I climbed those stairs. The attic was unlike the rest of the house, unfinished, with exposed beams and insulation. A single bare bulb illuminated the space, and covering every available surface, walls, floor, even parts of the ceiling, were photographs, documents, and maps connected by red string. A massive conspiracy wall, but unlike anything I'd seen before. It was our town's history, not the version taught in schools or celebrated during Founders' Day, but something darker. Property records showing how certain families had been systematically forced out over decades. Police reports that had been officially logged as lost. Newspaper clippings about disappeared persons whose cases had gone cold. And at the center, architectural drawings of this very house, dated 1879. According to these documents, this house had indeed been here before demolished in 1997 to make way for development that never happened, until now, when the land was being developed again. The sound of static drew my attention to an old radio in the corner. Through bursts of white noise, a voice spoke, distant yet clear. "We've been here all along, detective, in the foundations, in the soil. Some things can't be cleared away." I heard footsteps on the stairs behind me, heavy, deliberate. I turned, weapon raised, to find no one there. But when I looked back at the conspiracy wall, all the documents had changed. Every photograph now showed the same house, this house standing on this lot throughout different decades, though official records showed nothing had been built here. My radio crackled to life, a colleague's voice cutting through my thoughts. "Detective, where are you? We're at the empty lot on Maple." "I'm inside the house," I replied automatically. A pause, then, "What house? There's nothing here but dirt and construction markers." I moved to the small attic window and looked out at the construction site. From this vantage point, I could see my colleagues standing beside their vehicles, looking confused as they surveyed an empty lot. No house, no landscaping, just bare soil and survey stakes. Yet I stood inside solid walls, my hand touching real wood beams, my feet on real floorboards. The radio in the corner crackled again. "Some places remember, detective. Some places rebuild themselves when they're threatened. We've been waiting for someone who could see." When I finally made my way downstairs and out the front door, stepping from solid wood floors onto the porch, I emerged onto bare soil. My colleagues stared as I appeared to them, seemingly materializing from empty space. The house was gone, or perhaps it was still there, but only I could see it. The case remains officially unsolved. Construction at 437 Maple Drive has been indefinitely postponed due to soil stability issues, my recommendation. I drive by sometimes, late at night when the town is quiet. Sometimes I see nothing but an empty lot. Sometimes I see lights in the windows of a house that, according to all records, doesn't exist. And sometimes I swear I can see a figure watching me from the attic window, waiting to see if I'll come back, waiting to show me more of what lies beneath the surface of our town. I haven't gone back inside, not yet, but I keep the file with my name on it in my desk drawer at home. It appeared there the day after my visit, though I never took it from the house. Every now and then, new pages appear in it, notes about what I've been doing, where I've been going. And always that same line at the end. "We've been waiting for you to notice us." I think soon I'll have to return to the house that built itself. There are questions that need answering, truths buried in the foundations. Some cases close you rather than the other way around. Story 3. The fluorescent lights in the lobby hummed with a soft persistence as I reviewed the security footage for the 5th time. Outside, rain tapped against the windows of the Oakwood Inn, a rhythm as steady as my breathing exercises. 3 in the morning was always the quietest time at the front desk, perfect for reviewing case notes without interruption. The leather of my chair creaked as I leaned back, my fingers tracing the edges of a manila folder that had grown thicker with each passing week. Room 212 had become more than just a space on the 2nd floor. It had become an obsession of mine, a puzzle that defied conventional explanation. I'd worked at the Oakwood for 6 years before joining the local police department. The hotel stood 3 stories tall on the edge of town, its brick facade weathered but dignified, not the kind of place where unexplainable things happened. At least, that's what we all thought. The first report came in March, I murmured to myself, the sound of my voice barely audible over the building's gentle, settling noises. Jessica Harmon, staying for 3 nights on business. I removed a statement from the folder, the paper soft from being handled repeatedly. Jessica had checked in on a Tuesday afternoon, a pharmaceutical sales rep from Boston with a neat blazer and a roller suitcase. Nothing unusual about her stay until the 2nd night when she called the front desk at 11:42 p.m. "There's someone else's clothes in my closet," she had said, her voice tense but controlled on the recorded call. "A man's button-up shirt and slacks. They weren't there when I checked in." The night manager, Dale, had gone up to investigate. By the time he arrived, the clothes had vanished. Jessica insisted she hadn't moved them, hadn't touched them. A thorough search of the room revealed nothing. The hotel apologized, offered her a complimentary breakfast. The incident was filed away as a misunderstanding. 2 weeks later, another guest, Charles Wilson, a retired accountant from Michigan, reported finding a collection of Polaroid photographs on the nightstand that weren't his. "Family photos," he said. "A woman and a young boy at what looked like a state fair." By the time housekeeping arrived to investigate, the photos had disappeared. I took a sip of lukewarm coffee, my eyes drifting to the digital clock on my desk. 3:27 a.m. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows. Over the next 3 months, 6 more guests reported finding items in room 212 that didn't belong to them. A leather-bound journal filled with handwritten entries in Spanish. A child's stuffed rabbit worn with age. A man's wristwatch stopped at 4:15. Women's reading glasses with a distinctive red frame. A half-empty bottle of cologne. A silver cigarette case engraved with initials BDM. Each time the items would vanish before hotel staff could document them properly. Each time the room was thoroughly searched, revealing nothing. Each time the hotel management became increasingly concerned. The pattern was too consistent to ignore, which is why the hotel had finally reached out to the police department. As the detective with the closest connection to the Oakwood, I was assigned the case. What had started as a curiosity had slowly evolved into something that kept me awake at night, poring over details, looking for connections. "What are you trying to tell us?" I whispered to the room's floor plan spread out before me. Standard layout, queen bed, bathroom, closet, desk by the window overlooking the east parking lot. Nothing architecturally unusual. No hidden spaces according to the original blueprints. I traced my finger along the room's perimeter, following the path I'd walked dozens of times. The strange part wasn't just that the items appeared and disappeared, it was that they seemed personal, meaningful, not random objects but possessions that told stories about their owners. My investigation had led me to examine the hotel's history. The Oakwood had been built in 1973, and while room 212 had undergone the same renovations as the rest of the building over the decades, nothing in its past suggested anything out of the ordinary. No deaths reported in that specific room, no noteworthy incidents. I had interviewed all the guests who reported findings, searching for commonalities. They ranged in age from 27 to 64. Different occupations, different reasons for staying at the hotel, different descriptions of the objects they found. The only connection was room 212 itself. The rain intensified, drawing my attention to the window. For a moment I thought I saw a figure standing in the parking lot, looking up at the hotel at the second floor. When I blinked, there was nothing there but empty asphalt glistening under the lot lights. I returned to my notes to the most recent incident that had occurred just 3 days ago. Linda Mercer, a nurse from Seattle, had reported finding a stack of letters tied with blue ribbon. Personal correspondence, she had said, between someone named Thomas and a woman named Eleanor. Love letters dating back to 1989. By the time I arrived at the hotel 20 minutes after her call, the letters were gone. What did the letters say? I had asked her, notebook ready. Linda's expression had turned thoughtful. They were beautiful, she said. Thomas wrote about waiting for Eleanor, about a promise they had made to meet again, something about meeting at their place when the time was right. Her voice had softened. He wrote as if he was certain she would come back someday. I had pressed her for more details, but Linda couldn't recall specific phrases or dates mentioned in the letters. Just the impression they had left on her, a feeling of longing, of patience, of love suspended in time. The pattern of appearances suggested something deliberate. These weren't random objects being left behind by forgetful guests. They appeared and disappeared with purpose, almost as if they were meant to be seen briefly before vanishing again. My coffee had gone cold. I pushed it aside and opened my laptop, scrolling through the hotel's guest history for room 212. In the past year, the room had been occupied approximately 70% of the time, slightly less than the hotel average. Nothing unusual in the booking patterns. Out of curiosity, I had run background checks on every guest who had stayed in room 212 over the past year. Nothing suspicious emerged, except for one detail that had initially seemed insignificant. 3 of the guests who reported finding items had the middle name Thomas or Eleanor. A coincidence, perhaps, but in my line of work, coincidences often deserve closer examination. The hotel's housekeeping logs showed nothing unusual. The room was cleaned daily when occupied, following standard procedures. No maintenance issues reported more frequently than in other rooms. Nothing hidden in the ventilation system, behind the wallpaper, or under the floorboards I had checked personally. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to the photographs I had taken of room 212 during my various visits. Standard hotel room decorated in neutral tones, the bed with its brown and beige coverlet, the landscape painting above it, a forest scene with a meandering path, the desk with its laminate surface slightly worn at the edges, the closet with mirrored sliding doors. Something about the mirror caught my attention, a detail I had overlooked before. I zoomed in on the photograph, studying the reflection captured in the closet mirror. It showed the opposite wall of the room, the bathroom door, the edge of the television, and something else, a shadow or smudge in the corner that didn't correspond to anything visible in the room. I checked other photographs. The same anomaly appeared in 3 different images taken on different days, always in the same position in the mirror, regardless of the lighting or angle of the shot. The rain had stopped. The sudden silence pulled me from my thoughts. 4:15 a.m. The time displayed on my digital clock matched the time shown on the mysterious wristwatch one guest had reported finding. I gathered my notes, a prickling sensation running along my spine. Something was starting to take shape, not an explanation, not yet, but the outline of a pattern. The middle names, the love letters. The watch stopped at 4:15. I decided to approach this from a different angle. Rather than focusing on what appeared in the room, perhaps I needed to look at who had stayed there over a longer period of time. I expanded my search to the hotel's digitized records going back 5 years. One name appeared multiple times, Thomas Ellington. He had stayed in room 212 4 times between 2019 and 2021, always in March, always for exactly 3 nights. His credit card was from a bank in Philadelphia. His address changed between stays, but always within the Philadelphia area. I had run a background check on Thomas Ellington weeks ago and found nothing remarkable. His digital footprint was minimal but normal, a LinkedIn profile showing employment as a financial consultant, a few mentions in community newsletters, married, 2 adult children, no criminal record. But now, with this new perspective, I looked deeper. Why room 212 specifically? Why always in March? I pulled up his reservation details. Each year he had checked in on March 12th. The significance of the date eluded me, but the precision of it suggested importance. On impulse, I searched for Elainer in the hotel's database. 3 Elainers had stayed at the Oakwood in the past 5 years, but none in room 212. I expanded the search further back, requesting access to the hotel's older records, paper logs that had been stored but not digitized, dating back to the 1990s. 2 hours later, as dawn broke over the trees behind the hotel, I found what I was looking for. Elainer Devereaux had stayed in room 212 for 1 night on March 12, 1989. She had checked in alone, paid in cash, and never formally checked out. The room had been found empty the next day, her belongings gone. No follow-up, no investigation, just a note in the margin of the log. Guest departed without notice. The same date Thomas Ellington would choose for his stays, decades later. I leaned back in my chair, pieces falling into place like a puzzle assembling itself in slow motion. The objects appearing in room 212 weren't random. They were fragments of a story, a connection between Thomas and Elainer that extended across time. As if responding to my thoughts, my phone rang. The hotel night manager, his voice tight with controlled alarm. "Detective, we've had another incident in 212, he said. The guest found something, but this time it's still there. 20 minutes later, I stood in room 212, looking at the bed where a small silver key lay on the crisp white pillowcase. The guest who had found it, an elderly woman named Martha, sat in the chair by the window, watching me with curious eyes. "It just appeared," she said softly. "I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, there it was." I carefully photographed the key before picking it up. Small, silver, old-fashioned, the kind that might open a safety deposit box or a small lock box. No markings except for a subtle engraving near the bow, 4:15. The time on the stopped watch, the time it was now, according to my phone. "Ms. Martha," I said slowly, "has anyone else been in this room with you?" She shook her head, silver hair catching the morning light. "No one," then she hesitated. "But I did have the strangest dream last night. I dreamed someone was standing by the bed watching me sleep. A woman. She seemed peaceful." I thanked her for her cooperation and assured her we would investigate further. As I was leaving, she called after me. "Detective, I don't think you need to worry. Whatever is happening here, it doesn't feel threatening. It feels like someone trying to finish something left undone." Back at my desk, I turned the small silver key over in my fingers, feeling its weight. The mystery had deepened, but now it had direction. I wasn't looking for something sinister, but something unresolved. I pulled up Thomas Ellington's contact information and composed an email. Simple, direct, without revealing too much. "Mr. Ellington, I'm investigating a matter concerning room 212 at the Oakwood Inn, where our records show you've stayed multiple times. I believe you may have information that could help clarify some unusual occurrences. Would you be willing to speak with me?" Detective M. Reynolds. I waited for hours, focusing on other cases while checking my email repeatedly. The key sat on my desk, catching occasional glints of sunlight. Just as I was preparing to leave for the day, a response arrived. "Detective Reynolds, I've been waiting for someone to contact me about room 212 for a very long time. Eleanor said someone would understand eventually. I'll be there tomorrow, 4:15 p.m., room 212. Thomas Ellington." I read the email twice, then looked at the silver key that had appeared so mysteriously. A key to what I didn't yet know. But tomorrow at 4:15 in room 212, I had a feeling the lock it belonged to would finally be revealed. Some guests check in to leave their troubles behind. Others, it seems, check in because they're still waiting for someone who never checked out. Story 4. I remember the first time I saw the canvas propped against the wall of Amelia Carter's apartment. The early October light filtered through half-drawn curtains, casting a soft glow on what appeared to be an unfinished landscape. Dust motes danced in the air as I approached it, notebook in hand, the faint smell of oil paint still lingering despite the artwork being reportedly several months old. This seemingly innocent piece of art would become the centerpiece of one of the most unsettling cases I've encountered in my 15 years as a detective. "She hung it right there," Amelia's sister told me, pointing to a spot above the leather sofa. Her voice was steady, but her fingers trembled slightly as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. A gift from a local artist she'd befriended at the community center, Vincent something. She was so proud of it. I nodded, making a note of the name. The canvas now lay flat on the dining table, secured as evidence. What made this case peculiar wasn't just Amelia's disappearance 3 weeks ago, but the changing nature of the painting itself. According to 4 separate witnesses, Amelia's sister, her neighbor, her colleague, and her therapist, the painting had transformed gradually over time. What began as a simple landscape with rolling hills and a distant farmhouse had, over the course of 2 months, developed a human figure. A dark silhouette standing at the edge of the field, facing the farmhouse. A figure that, according to all accounts, bore an unmistakable resemblance to Amelia herself. The evening air grew cooler as I sat alone in Amelia's apartment, the soft ticking of the wall clock marking time in the silence. The department had granted me permission to observe the painting overnight, a request my colleagues had met with raised eyebrows and concerned glances. But something about this case demanded patience, a willingness to sit with the uncomfortable possibility that we were missing something essential. Under the gentle glow of a desk lamp, I studied the canvas. The landscape was indeed skillfully rendered soft brushstrokes, creating the impression of tall grass swaying in a breeze you could almost feel. The farmhouse in the distance appeared weathered yet welcoming, and there at the edge of the field stood the figure. A woman with her back to the viewer, her posture suggesting both purpose and hesitation. Her dark hair caught in what seemed to be a frozen moment of wind. The resemblance to Amelia was undeniable, based on the photographs I'd seen, but what troubled me more was the technique. The figure appeared to be painted with a different hand, the brush strokes more deliberate, the pigments slightly different in composition, according to our preliminary analysis. I opened Amelia's journal, found on her bedside table. Her last entry, dated 3 days before her disappearance, read, "It's watching me now. The figure in the painting has turned its head slightly. No one believes me, but I know what I see. Vincent claims he never painted a person there at all." The hours passed slowly. The soft hum of the refrigerator and occasional car passing outside became the soundtrack to my vigil. I must have dozed off sometime after midnight, my notebook sliding from my lap to the floor with a soft thud that didn't fully wake me. When I opened my eyes at 3:17 a.m., the red digits of the microwave clock burning in the darkness, something had changed. In the dim light, I could see that the figure in the painting had shifted position. What was once a back view now revealed a partial profile, a single eye looking not toward the farmhouse but out of the canvas, looking at me. I sat motionless, my breath caught somewhere between my lungs and throat. Logic insisted this was impossible, a trick of light, of fatigue, of suggestion. Yet there it was. I finally reached for my phone with a hand that refused to remain steady and took several photographs. By morning, the painting appeared unchanged from the night before. The partial profile remained, the single visible eye still gazing outward. The forensics team arrived at 8:00 a.m. sharp, their equipment cases thumping against the hardwood floors as they set up. "We found something," the technicians said after an hour of examination. "Underneath the visible layers of paint, there's another image entirely. Under ultraviolet light, a different scene emerged, not a landscape at all, but the interior of what appeared to be this very apartment. And more disturbing still, a figure that appeared to be leaving through a door that didn't exist in Amelia's actual living room." Vincent Moore, the artist, was brought in for questioning that afternoon. A gaunt man with paint-stained fingers and eyes that never quite met mine, he maintained his innocence with quiet insistence. "I gave her a blank canvas," he said, his voice barely above a whisper in the interview room. "She wanted to learn to paint. I never created any landscape, any figure. Whatever's on that canvas, detective, Amelia put it there herself." But our investigation revealed that Vincent's alibi for the night of Amelia's disappearance had significant gaps, 3 hours unaccounted for. Hours during which cell tower data placed his phone near an abandoned farmhouse 30 miles outside of town. A farmhouse that, when we visited it the following day, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted in the painting. Inside that farmhouse, we found no trace of Amelia, but in a small room upstairs, overlooking fields of tall grass, we discovered dozens of canvases. Each one showed a different person in different settings, and each one, according to the dates meticulously noted on the backs, corresponded to a missing persons case from the past 5 years. The final piece of the puzzle came from Amelia's therapist, who shared with appropriate warrants notes from their sessions. Amelia had been experiencing missing time blackouts. "Sometimes I find myself standing in front of a canvas," she had told her therapist, "with no memory of painting what's there." Vincent Moore disappeared before we could bring him in again. His apartment stood empty, save for a single canvas leaning against the wall, a self-portrait showing him walking away down a long road that seemed to lead nowhere. And with each passing day, his figure in the painting seems to grow more distant, smaller, as if continuing its journey within the confines of the frame. Amelia Carter remains missing. The painting hangs now in our evidence room, sealed behind glass. Sometimes, late at night when the office is empty and only the emergency lights cast their dim glow through the hallways, I find myself standing before it, watching, waiting. The figure that resembles Amelia has turned completely now, facing outward, both eyes visible and alert. And sometimes, though I've told no one this, I could swear those eyes blink. The case remains open, and sometimes when I look in the mirror, I catch myself wondering if somewhere, on some canvas I haven't yet discovered, my own likeness is being slowly, meticulously painted brush stroke by brush stroke, preparing for my own disappearance into a world of oil and canvas, of frozen moments and eternal silence. Story 5. The hallway in Sarah Miller's house had always been unremarkable. Beige walls, hardwood floors that creaked slightly under the weight of footsteps, and exactly 4 doors: master bedroom, bathroom, guest room, and linen closet. I'd studied the floor plan so many times during my investigation that I could navigate it with my eyes closed. Every measurement, every angle accounted for. Yet here I stood, staring at crime scene photographs of a 5th door that Sarah swore hadn't existed until the night she disappeared. I run my fingers along the edge of the photograph, feeling the glossy finish catch slightly on my skin. Outside, rain taps against the windows of my office, a gentle percussion that matches the rhythm of my thoughts. The desk lamp casts a warm circle of light that doesn't quite reach the corners of the room, leaving shadows to gather like spectators. Detective Harlow, my partner's voice is soft, but it still pulls me from my contemplation. The chief wants an update by morning. I nod without looking up from the photographs spread across my desk. Tell him I'm still working on it. The door closes with a soft click, and I'm alone again with Sarah Miller's impossible room. The case file had landed on my desk 3 weeks ago. A standard missing persons report, or so it seemed at first. Sarah Miller, 34, elementary school librarian, reported missing by her sister after failing to show up for their weekly Sunday brunch. Nothing appeared disturbed in her modest single-story home. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of struggle. Her car remained in the garage. Her purse sat on the kitchen counter, wallet and phone inside. The only unusual element was a journal entry from the night before she vanished. The handwriting matched Sarah's, confirmed by multiple samples, but the content seemed like the ramblings of someone experiencing a breakdown or perhaps hallucinating. There's another room in my house. I don't know how I never noticed it before. A door appeared in the hallway tonight between my bedroom and the bathroom. Inside, the walls are covered with photographs of me as a child, family vacations, birthday parties, school events, but these aren't my family's photos. The angles are wrong, as if someone was watching from inside my childhood home, hiding in plain sight. I recognize all the moments, but I don't remember anyone taking these pictures. At first, we dismissed it as the product of an overactive imagination or possibly medication side effects. Sarah had been prescribed sleep aids for insomnia, but when I visited her home and reviewed the evidence, something didn't add up. The house was indeed small, roughly 1,100 square feet according to property records. The hallway connected the main living space to the bedroom area in a simple, straight line. I measured it myself, exactly 12 feet long, 3 feet wide. The 4 doors were spaced evenly along one side. There was simply no room for another door, not without reducing the size of the existing rooms. And yet the crime scene photos showed it clearly. A 5th door, narrow and painted the same color as the wall, positioned between the master bedroom and bathroom. Inside, a room no larger than a walk-in closet, walls completely covered with photographs, just as Sarah had described. I sip from my coffee mug, the liquid long gone cold. The clock on my office wall reads 1:43 a.m., its gentle ticking another layer in the ambient soundtrack of my late-night contemplation. I spread the photographs of the room itself across my desk, arranging them in a grid that reconstructs the space. The photos covering the walls showed Sarah throughout her childhood and adolescence, at the beach building sandcastles, opening Christmas presents in her family's old home, reading books on her childhood bed, normal memories, unremarkable moments, except for one detail that sent a chill through me when I first noticed it. The perspectives were impossible. In a photo of 8-year-old Sarah eating breakfast, the angle could only have been captured by someone standing inside the refrigerator. In another showing her sleeping, the photographer would have had to be inside the wall above her bed. These weren't just candid shots taken by family members. They were surveillance, captured from vantage points that should have been physically impossible. Our forensic team had analyzed the photographs and confirmed they weren't digitally altered. The paper was vintage, consistent with the eras depicted. The most recent image showed Sarah at about 16, suggesting the collection had stopped over 15 years ago. Most disturbing of all was what we found behind the photos. The inner walls of the room were covered with small holes, each perfectly positioned to align with the angle of a corresponding photograph on the opposite wall. As if someone or something had been watching through these apertures and capturing moments of Sarah's life from inside the very structure of her childhood homes. We traced Sarah's residential history. Her family had moved 3 times during her childhood. In each home, the layout had been different, the construction distinct. Yet somehow this watching room had existed in each one, collecting its troubling record. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the weight of sleepless nights pressing down. The case has consumed me, not just because of its bizarre nature, but because of what happened when I returned to Sarah's house the day after discovering the room. It was gone. Where the 5th door had stood, there was only blank wall. No seam, no outline, no evidence it had ever existed. The photos we'd collected were still in evidence, the witness statements still described it, but the room itself had vanished as if it had never been there. I pull out my recorder and press the red button, speaking softly into the microphone. Case number 47829, Sarah Miller disappearance, supplementary notes. I've been reviewing connections between Sarah's case and similar disappearances in the county over the past 20 years. There are 4 other cases with significant parallels, individuals who reported architectural anomalies in their homes shortly before vanishing. In 2 instances, witnesses described rooms that shouldn't exist, only to have these spaces disappear before investigators could document them. I pause, hesitating to voice my growing suspicion. I've also found a pattern in the backgrounds of the victims. All 5, including Sarah, lived in at least 3 different homes during their childhood. All 5 were described as introspective, imaginative children, and all 5 reported sleep disturbances in the weeks leading up to their disappearances. The rain outside intensifies, drumming against the roof. I switch off the recorder and return to the photographs, studying them yet again, searching for something I might have missed. My eyelids grow heavy as the night deepens, but sleep remains elusive. 3 days later, I find myself standing in front of Sarah Miller's house again. The property has been released back to her family, the crime scene tape removed. Her sister has given me permission to take one more look around, though she doesn't understand my continued obsession with a case that everyone else considers at a dead end. The house feels different now, emptier, as if it's holding its breath. I walk down the hallway slowly, my footsteps echoing slightly on the hardwood floor. I stop between the master bedroom and bathroom doors, placing my palm flat against the wall where the mysterious fifth door had appeared. The wall feels cool to the touch, solid and unremarkable. I close my eyes, trying to imagine what Sarah experienced that night. Had she simply walked past this spot thousands of times, never noticing the door until it wanted to be found? Or had it manifested suddenly, breaking through some barrier between realities? As I stand there, I become aware of a subtle change in the acoustics of the space. The sound of my breathing seems to reflect differently, as if the dimensions around me have shifted. I open my eyes slowly, half expecting, half fearing to see the door has returned. The wall remains blank, unchanged, but something catches my eye further down the hallway, a small glint of light reflecting off something on the floor near the linen closet. I kneel down to examine it and find a single key, small and old-fashioned, its brass surface dulled with age except for a spot recently rubbed shiny, perhaps from being held tightly in someone's palm. I pick it up, feeling its weight in my hand. It doesn't match any of the locks in Sarah's house. I've checked them all. Yet there's something intimately familiar about it, as if I've held it before, perhaps in a dream. I stand slowly, key in hand, and as I do, I notice something else. A faint line in the wall, visible only when the light hits it at just the right angle. A seam, running from floor to ceiling, forming the outline of a narrow doorway. My heart beats faster as I approach, fingers tracing the nearly invisible line. This isn't where the fifth door had been before, it's on the opposite wall, where no door should exist according to the floor plan. I press against it experimentally, feeling for any give, any hint that it might open. Nothing happens. I step back, studying the key in my palm. Something tells me they're connected, this phantom doorway and this mysterious key. But before I can test my theory, my phone vibrates with a text from my partner. Another missing person report has just come in, with circumstances disturbingly similar to Sarah's case. I pocket the key and take one last look at the wall before turning to leave. For a moment, just before I turn away, I could swear I see the faint outline of a doorknob emerging from the flat surface of the wall. But when I look directly at it, there's nothing there. As I drive away from Sarah Miller's house, the key seems to grow warmer in my pocket. In my rearview mirror, the modest home recedes, looking perfectly ordinary, perfectly innocent. Yet I can't shake the feeling that somewhere inside, behind walls that seem solid and unchanging, spaces shift and transform, rooms that shouldn't exist, waiting patiently to be discovered. And watching, always watching. Story 6. I remember the case file landing on my desk with a soft thud, the manila folder worn at the edges as if it had passed through too many hands before reaching mine. The overhead fluorescent light hummed gently, casting a pale glow across the scattered papers of the station's night shift. Most of the desks sat empty at this hour, which is exactly how I prefer to work. The quiet helped me think, helped me listen to what the evidence was trying to tell me. It was the Eliza Monroe case, not famous enough to make national headlines, but unsettling enough that it had become something of a whispered legend in our small coastal town of Maplewood. The kind of story that made people check their locks twice before bed. I opened the folder and found her photograph paperclipped to the top page. Eliza Monroe, 34, elementary school librarian, dark hair framing a face with kind eyes and a smile that suggested she laughed easily. Nothing remarkable about her appearance, nothing that would make her a target, but something had gone very wrong in Eliza Monroe's ordinary life. My coffee cooled beside me as I began reading the initial report. The gentle ticking of the wall clock marked time as I absorbed the details, each one more disturbing than the last. It had begun on a Tuesday in late October. The air had just begun to carry that distinct autumn chill, the kind that makes you pull your jacket tighter around yourself. Eliza was walking home from work, taking her usual route down Maple Street, when she quite literally bumped into a man outside Thompson's pharmacy. She dropped her bag, spilling books onto the sidewalk. "I'm so sorry about that, Eliza," the man had said, kneeling to help gather her things. She'd frozen then, looking up at him. The witness statement noted her exact words. "I didn't recognize him at all, not even vaguely familiar, but he knew my name." When questioned, she'd explained that it wasn't unusual for parents of students to recognize her from the school library. She'd assumed he must be a father of one of the children. He was polite, apologetic about the collision, and helped her collect her scattered belongings, ordinary, forgettable. Until he spoke again. "You really should talk to your sister about what happened at Christmas last year. You've been carrying that resentment for months now." I paused in my reading, feeling that familiar tingle at the base of my spine that comes when a case shifts from merely strange to something darker. I took a slow sip of my now cold coffee, savoring the bitterness as I turned the page. Eliza had never told anyone about the argument with her sister. It had been a private matter, spoken about to no one. The man had smiled at her confusion, a gentle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "And you should really try that new herbal tea you've been thinking about for your insomnia, valerian root. It might help with those dreams about the old house in Vermont." She'd never mentioned her insomnia to strangers. The dreams about her childhood home were private terrors she'd only ever written about in her journal, a journal she kept locked in her bedside drawer. "How do you know these things?" she'd asked, her voice barely above a whisper on the busy street. His smile had faded then, his eyes holding hers for a long moment before he answered. "You told me everything, Eliza, when you were sleeping." The overhead light flickered momentarily, as if in sympathy with the chill that ran through me. I flipped to the next page, where Eliza's statement continued. She had backed away from him then, clutching her bag to her chest, and hurried home without looking back. She double-checked all her locks that night and called her friend Jessica to stay over. For 3 days nothing happened, no sign of the stranger. Eliza had almost convinced herself she'd misunderstood something, that perhaps she'd mentioned these things on social media and forgotten. The mind plays tricks when confronted with the unexplainable. But then came the flowers, delivered to her classroom, not her home. White lilies, her favorite. The card simply read, "Sweet dreams tonight." No sender identified. The florist had taken the order online, paid with a gift card purchased with cash. I ran my fingers along the edge of the photograph of the card that was included in the file. The handwriting was neat, almost too perfect, like someone who had practiced penmanship until it became a mask for their true hand. The timeline in the report showed a gradual escalation. 2 days after the flowers, Eliza received a text message from an unknown number. "The blue sweater brings out your eyes. You should wear it more often." She'd worn the blue sweater that day, at home, alone, with the curtains drawn. A week later, she found a note tucked into her mailbox. "I loved watching you read last night. Your face is so expressive when you think no one is looking." The officer who'd taken her statement had noted that Eliza's hands were shaking so badly she could hardly hold the pen to sign her name. The police had installed a patrol in her neighborhood, but nothing suspicious was observed. No unfamiliar vehicles, no strangers lingering nearby. I turned another page, feeling the weight of what was coming next. The photographs showed Eliza's bedroom, everything in order except for the bedside table drawer. It had been pulled open. Inside, her journal lay exactly where she always kept it, but something was different. Pages were missing, torn out cleanly. The officer's notes indicated that there were no signs of forced entry. All windows and doors had remained locked. The security system had not been triggered. Yet someone had been inside her home. I leaned back in my chair, listening to the gentle creak as it accommodated my weight. Outside the station windows, the night pressed dark and heavy. A light rain had begun to fall, drops tapping against the glass with soft persistence. 3 days after discovering the missing journal pages, Eliza had woken to find a Polaroid photograph placed on her pillow next to where her head had been resting. The image showed her asleep in that very bed from the night before. She'd packed a bag that morning and gone to stay with her sister in the next town over. The patrol car assigned to watch her house reported nothing unusual during the night. No one had entered, no one had left. I studied the Polaroid carefully through its evidence bag. The angle suggested it had been taken from beside the bed, perhaps by someone standing or sitting very close to where she slept. The timestamp visible in the corner confirmed it had been taken at 3:17 a.m. What the report noted next made my coffee go cold in my stomach. When they'd checked the security camera footage from the street, Eliza had indeed received no visitors, but the cameras had captured her at 2:43 a.m. walking down her own front steps in her nightgown. She had stood on the sidewalk for almost 5 minutes, apparently having a conversation with someone who wasn't visible in the frame. Then she had turned and gone back inside. Eliza had no memory of this. When shown the footage, she'd become hysterical, insisting that she never sleepwalked, never had in her entire life. The case took an even stranger turn 2 nights later. Eliza's sister had called 911 at 4:26 a.m., frantic. She'd woken to find Eliza gone from the guest bedroom. After searching the house, she'd found her sister standing in the backyard, phone in hand, typing a message. When they checked the phone later, they found a text draft that read, "I'm waiting for you to come back. I miss our midnight talks." The message was addressed to a number that, when traced, belonged to a burner phone purchased with cash at a convenience store 30 miles away. The store's security footage had been conveniently corrupted the day of the purchase. I closed the folder slowly, letting my mind absorb all the details. The station had grown quieter, if that was possible. The rain outside had intensified, drumming steadily against the roof. I glanced at the clock, 1:37 a.m. I'd been reading for over 2 hours. That's when I noticed the small, sticky note attached to the inside back cover of the folder. It was written in handwriting I didn't recognize. "Detective, you're looking in the wrong places. It's not about who enters her home. It's about what's already inside her." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the station's temperamental heating system. The note hadn't been there when I'd started reviewing the case. I was certain of it. I looked around the empty squad room, suddenly aware of every shadow, every corner where the fluorescent lights didn't quite reach. The rain continued its gentle rhythm against the windows, a sound that should have been comforting but now seemed to be masking other, subtler noises. The Eliza Monroe case remains open. We never found the man she bumped into on Maple Street. The security cameras never captured anyone entering or leaving her home during the nights in question. The burner phone was found 3 weeks later, abandoned in a trash can at the bus station, wiped clean of prints. Eliza Monroe moved away from Maplewood 6 months ago. She left no forwarding address. Sometimes on nights like this, when I'm alone at the station, I find myself returning to her file, reading the details again and again, looking for something I might have missed. And sometimes I could swear that when I open the folder, the papers have been rearranged ever so slightly, as if someone else has been reading them too. Just last week I received a postcard, no return address, just 5 words written in that same perfect handwriting. And she still talks in her sleep. I've started keeping my case notes at home, and I've started checking my locks twice before bed. Some nights I don't sleep at all. Story 7. I remember the first time I heard the phone ring. It was a Thursday evening in late autumn, when darkness falls early and the air carries a particular stillness. The rotary phone sat on the corner table in my grandmother's living room, a relic from the 1950s with its heavy black bakelite body and circular dial. It had been disconnected for years, serving as nothing more than a decorative piece since my grandmother passed away 3 years prior. The house still smelled faintly of her lavender sachets that I couldn't bring myself to remove from the dresser drawers. I was sorting through old photographs spread across the coffee table when the sharp, metallic ring cut through the silence. At first I thought it was my cell phone, but the distinct mechanical bell sound was unmistakable. The disconnected rotary phone was ringing. I sat frozen, watching it vibrate slightly with each ring against the polished cherrywood table. 4 rings, 5, 6. My rational mind searched for explanations. A power surge, some crossed wire in the old house's electrical system, perhaps even a hallucination brought on by grief and exhaustion. On the 7th ring, I approached it. The cool, smooth surface of the handset felt heavier than it should as I lifted it from its cradle. I held it to my ear without speaking, just listening to the soft static on the line. Then came the voice. "Hello, Elizabeth," my own voice with its slight Midwestern lilt whispered through the receiver. "I've been waiting for you to answer." The room seemed to drop several degrees. I nearly dropped the phone, but instead gripped it tighter, pressing it against my ear until it hurt. "Who is this?" I managed to ask, though I knew no logical answer could explain what was happening. "You know who this is," my voice replied, but with a cadence slightly off, as if someone had studied my speech patterns but couldn't perfectly replicate them. "I need to tell you something about grandmother's house, about what happened in the basement in 1967. I sank into the nearby armchair, the leather creaking beneath me. The basement had been locked since I inherited the house. Grandmother's explicit instructions in her will stated that it should remain sealed. I never questioned it. Old houses have their hazards, I'd assumed. "There's nothing in the basement," I said, more to convince myself than the caller. "It's been locked for decades." A soft laugh, my laugh, came through the line. "The key is in the spine of the red book on the 3rd shelf. Murder on the Orient Express." She thought it was clever, hiding it there. My eyes drifted to the bookshelf across the room. There, exactly where the voice described, sat a weathered red hardcover of Agatha Christie's famous mystery. I remained seated, unwilling to confirm what the voice was telling me. "Who are you?" I asked again, my voice steadier now. anger beginning to replace fear. I'm you, Elizabeth. I'm you from the other side of this. When you go down there, you'll understand. The line went quiet for several seconds, nothing but the gentle hiss of static. I considered hanging up, calling the police, or simply leaving the house altogether. Instead, I asked, what happened in 1967? Grandmother wasn't always the gentle woman you knew, my voice said, softer now. There was a man, Thomas Henley, a door-to-door salesman who came to the wrong house at the wrong time. As my voice continued, I found myself walking to the bookshelf, almost against my will. The house creaked around me, the old floorboards sighing beneath my weight. When I reached for the red book, dust motes danced in the lamplight. The book felt unusually heavy as I pulled it from the shelf. She never meant to kill him, the voice continued. He was insistent, wouldn't take no for an answer. When he put his foot in the door, she panicked. The cast iron skillet was still hot from breakfast. I ran my fingers along the inside of the book's spine and felt something hard beneath the binding. A small brass key, tarnished with age, fell into my palm. "Why are you telling me this?" I whispered, clutching the key until its teeth bit into my skin. "Because in 3 days they're going to demolish the house next door and dig up the foundations for the new development. They'll find him, Elizabeth. They'll find what's left of Thomas Henley where grandmother buried him after she dragged him through the connecting tunnel from our basement." The phone felt like ice against my ear. There's no tunnel in the basement. Behind the old coal furnace, a hidden door. Grandmother sealed it after that night, but it's still there. You need to find him first, move him, protect her memory. My throat tightened. This is insane. You're not real. This call isn't real. "Time works differently here," my voice said, growing fainter. "I've seen what happens if you don't listen. 3 days, Elizabeth. After that, everything changes." I stood there, the key digging into my palm, staring at the door that led to the basement stairs. Had it always looked so ominous, so solid and final? "Who are you really?" I asked one last time. The line crackled. "I told you, I'm you, just further along this path. When you understand what grandmother did, what she was protecting, you'll make the same choice I did." "What choice?" "To call yourself, to make sure the circle closes." The line went dead. I slowly returned the heavy handset to its cradle, my fingers trembling slightly. The house settled around me with familiar creaks and sighs that suddenly seemed coated with meaning. I looked down at the brass key in my hand, then at my cell phone on the coffee table. I could call someone, a friend, the police, a psychologist, but what would I say? That I received a call from myself on a disconnected phone, warning me about my grandmother's buried secret. Instead, I found myself walking toward the basement door, key in hand. The deadbolt was stiff from disuse, the key turning reluctantly in the lock. When the mechanism finally clicked, the sound echoed through the quiet house like a gunshot. The door swung open to reveal a steep staircase descending into darkness. The air that rose from below was cool and damp, carrying the scent of earth and age. I fumbled for the light switch on the wall, and a single bare bulb illuminated the wooden steps. As I took the first step down, the rotary phone rang again behind me. I turned to look at it, watching it vibrate slightly with each shrill ring. I knew I should answer it. I knew it was important that I did, that somehow the circle needed to be completed. But instead, I continued down the stairs, one careful step at a time, until the darkness of the basement swallowed me whole. The phone's ringing grew fainter with each step, until I couldn't hear it anymore, just the sound of my own breathing and the soft crunch of my footsteps on the concrete floor as I made my way toward the old coal furnace in the corner. Behind me, upstairs in the quiet living room, the ringing stopped abruptly. The call had gone unanswered. And somewhere in a place where time bends back on itself, another Elizabeth picked up a phone and heard only silence on the other end of the line. Story 8. I remember the first time Emma Wilson mentioned the letter to me. We were sitting in my office, the late October rain tapping gently against the window like hesitant fingers. The steam from my coffee curled upward in the soft light, creating ghostly patterns before disappearing. Emma's hands trembled slightly as she placed the envelope on my desk, its cream-colored paper contrasting with the dark mahogany. "It arrived 3 days ago," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. No return address, no postmark, just there, slipped under my door. I didn't touch it immediately. Instead, I studied Emma, the dark circles under her eyes, the way she glanced repeatedly at the envelope as if it might suddenly move. She was a professor of literature at the local university, respected and composed, but now something had unraveled within her. The envelope was expensive, the kind you don't find at regular stores. The paper was thick, almost like parchment, sealed with burgundy wax but no insignia. I slid on a pair of latex gloves, a habit from my years as a detective, before carefully breaking the seal. The letter inside was written in an elegant, flowing script, blue ink on cream paper, the kind of handwriting that's becoming rare in our digital age. As I unfolded it, the scent of something faintly floral drifted upward. "The details," Emma said, watching me read. "They're things nobody should know." The letter wasn't threatening in any conventional sense. There were no explicit warnings, no demands. Instead, it described moments from Emma's life with unsettling precision. The time she'd cried in her car after receiving tenure. The specific words her mother had spoken to her on her deathbed 5 years ago. The title of the book manuscript hidden in her desk drawer that she'd never shown anyone. And then at the end, those 5 words that had brought her to my private investigation office. "I see you now, watching always." I looked up at Emma, whose fingers were now intertwined so tightly her knuckles had turned white. "Has anything unusual happened recently? Someone paying too much attention? Hang up calls, feeling like you're being followed?" She shook her head slowly. "Nothing obvious, but since I got the letter, I feel eyes on me constantly. I've checked my house for cameras. I've changed my routines. I can't sleep. I can't focus on my work." I nodded, making notes in my worn leather-bound notebook. The weight of the pen felt reassuring in my hand, the scratch of ink on paper a familiar comfort in the face of this peculiar case. "I'll need to know everyone who has access to your personal information," I said. "Family, friends, colleagues, students, ex-partners, anyone who might know these details." "That's just it," Emma replied, leaning forward. "Some of these moments, no one was there. Like the time I mentioned about crying in my car I was alone in the university parking garage at midnight, or the manuscript. I've never told anyone about it." The rain intensified outside, drumming against the glass now. My office felt smaller somehow, the shadows in the corners deeper. I took on Emma's case that afternoon. What began as a simple investigation into a strange letter quickly became something more complex, pulling me into the quiet, seemingly ordinary life of a woman who was now certain she was being watched. The first week yielded little. I interviewed colleagues at the university, discreetly questioned the administrative staff who might have access to her personal information. I checked for security cameras in her neighborhood that might reveal who had delivered the letter. Nothing unusual appeared. Emma lived alone in a craftsman-style house on a quiet street lined with oak trees. The neighbors knew her only in passing, a private woman who kept to herself, occasionally seen walking early in the morning or grading papers on her front porch when the weather was nice. On my third visit to her home, I noticed something. A small notebook on her coffee table, filled with the same elegant handwriting as the letter. When I asked about it, Emma seemed confused. "That's not mine," she said, not touching it. "I've never seen it before." We opened it together. Inside were more intimate details of Emma's life, including entries from the past 2 days, what she had worn, where she had gone, phrases from phone conversations she'd had in her kitchen, transcribed verbatim. Someone had been inside her house repeatedly while she was away. Someone was documenting her life in real time. We called the police immediately. They searched the house thoroughly but found no signs of forced entry, no fingerprints besides Emma's and now mine and theirs. They installed a basic security system and promised to patrol more frequently, but I could see in their eyes that they considered this a low priority, just an odd harassment case, not an immediate threat. I suggested Emma stay with a friend for a few days while I dug deeper. She reluctantly agreed, packing a small bag and calling a colleague who lived across town. That night I sat in my car watching her house, the streetlight casting long shadows across the empty porch. Hours passed. The neighborhood grew quiet. Around 2 a.m., a movement caught my eye, a figure, slender and quick, approaching from the rear of the property. I waited, breath held, as they moved toward the back door. Then I quietly exited my car and followed, keeping to the shadows. The figure produced a key, not picking the lock, but using an actual key, and slipped inside. I gave them 30 seconds, then approached the back door myself. It was unlocked now. Inside, I could hear the soft sound of someone moving through the house, the gentle opening and closing of drawers. The kitchen was dark when I entered, gun drawn, a remnant from my detective days that I rarely carried but felt necessary tonight. "Police," I lied, keeping my voice low and authoritative. "Don't move." The figure froze, then slowly turned. In the dim light filtering through the windows, I could make out a young woman, perhaps in her late 20s. She didn't seem frightened. "You're not police," she said calmly. "You're the investigator." The way she said it sent a chill through me. I kept my gun level. "Put your hands where I can see them and tell me who you are." She raised her hands slightly, but there was something odd in her posture, not submission, but almost amusement. "My name is Lily," she said. "I'm Emma's daughter." I almost laughed. "Emma doesn't have children." "No," the young woman agreed. "Not that she remembers." What unfolded over the next hour was a story so bizarre I would have dismissed it entirely, except for the evidence Lily provided. Photos of Emma from decades ago, medical records, birth certificates. According to Lily, Emma had given birth at 19 while still an undergraduate. The pregnancy had been complicated, culminating in severe postpartum psychosis. During treatment, through a combination of medication, therapy, and what appeared to be a form of self-protective dissociation, Emma had entirely blocked the experience from her memory. Lily had been raised by Emma's parents in another state, told that her mother was not ready for parenthood. When Emma's parents died 5 years ago, around the time of the deathbed scene described in the letter, Lily had discovered the truth through their personal papers. "I just wanted to know her," Lily said, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. I didn't mean to frighten her. I've been watching her life from a distance for years. I know her patterns, her habits. I thought the letter would be a gentle way to start the conversation. There's nothing gentle about making someone feel stalked, I replied, though I had lowered my gun. I realize that now, she admitted, but once I started, I couldn't stop. The more scared she became, the more I felt connected to her somehow, like her fear was an acknowledgement of my existence. I called Emma that night, asking her to come back to the house. When she arrived and saw Lily, there was no flash of recognition, no maternal instinct that suddenly surfaced, just confusion and fear that gradually gave way to shock as the evidence was presented. DNA testing later confirmed their relationship. Medical records verified the pregnancy and psychiatric treatment that had effectively erased this chapter from Emma's life. The case was closed in a technical sense. The mystery of the letter was solved. No charges were pressed. There was no actual crime to prosecute. But as I packed up my notes several weeks later, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that lingered. Emma and Lily began a cautious relationship, meeting weekly for coffee under the supervision of a therapist. Emma's memories of that year never returned fully, though occasionally she would experience flashes, sudden, inexplicable emotions when looking at old photographs. Sometimes I think about that burgundy wax seal on the envelope, how easily it broke between my fingers, how some seals once broken can never be repaired, how some knowledge once gained can never be unknown. The last time I saw Emma, she was sitting across from Lily at a cafe near the university. There was still distance between them, evident in their careful postures, but they were talking, their hands wrapped around identical mugs of tea, steam rising between them like shared breath. As I walked away, I wondered which is more haunting, the things we remember that never happened, or the things that happened that we cannot remember. Both leave ghosts, I suppose, shadows that follow us, watching always. Story 9. I remember the first time I walked into the Harrington estate, early October, when the morning fog still clung to the overgrown hedges that lined the long, winding driveway. The house stood like a monument to faded grandeur, its Victorian façade weathered by decades of neglect. As a detective specializing in cold cases, I'd visited many places haunted by their histories, but something about this one felt different. The silence was too perfect, as if the house itself was holding its breath. It had been nearly 40 years since Eleanor Harrington had disappeared without a trace. Her family had long since moved away, unable to bear the weight of not knowing, and the property had changed hands several times over the decades. Now, a development company had purchased it, planning to transform the historic estate into luxury apartments. That's when they found the first message. "I'm afraid they'll find me here. Please, someone help. Eleanor." The words were scratched into the wooden beam beneath layers of plaster in what had once been Eleanor's bedroom. The construction foreman had called the police immediately, and given the connection to one of the county's most notorious cold cases, the file landed on my desk by that afternoon. As I stood in the entrance hall, listening to the soft creaking of old wood settling, I could almost hear the echoes of the search parties that had filled these rooms decades ago. Eleanor Harrington, 28 years old, accomplished pianist and beloved daughter, had simply vanished one autumn evening in 1984. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. Her car remained in the garage, her purse on the sideboard in the hallway. The only thing missing was Eleanor herself. Detective Reeves, the site manager, called from the staircase, breaking my reverie. "There's something else you should see." He led me up the grand staircase, each step releasing a soft complaint under our weight. The wallpaper in the upstairs hallway had been partially removed, revealing the bare walls beneath. And there, in what would have been invisible for decades, was another message, this one longer than the first. Richard knows what I discovered. He says no one will believe me. I need to hide what I found. Eleanor. I ran my fingers gently over the indentations in the wood, feeling the urgency in each carved letter. Who was Richard? Eleanor's husband, James, had been the primary suspect at the time, though nothing had ever been proven against him. But Richard, the name, appeared nowhere in the original case files. The construction had been halted, and over the next several days, my team carefully documented and photographed every inch of the house. We found 5 more messages hidden throughout the building, each one signed with Eleanor's name, each one revealing a little more of her story. Behind the kitchen cabinets, James doesn't know about the letters. I keep them where he won't look. Eleanor. Under the floorboards in the study, Richard threatened me today. Says if I tell anyone about the company's dealings, I'll regret it. Eleanor. Inside a sealed portion of the attic, I've made copies of everything. The evidence is hidden where only I know. Eleanor. With each message, the picture became clearer. Eleanor Harrington hadn't just disappeared, she'd been silenced. The question was why and by whom. As I returned to the station each evening, I dug deeper into the original investigation. James Harrington had remarried just a year after Eleanor was declared dead, moving to Europe with his new wife. But what about Richard? I combed through Eleanor's social circle, her workplace connections, and finally found him. Richard Keller, senior partner at the law firm where Eleanor had worked as a paralegal. Keller had retired comfortably 15 years ago and now lived in a gated community about an hour from the Harrington estate. When I pulled into his driveway, I noticed how meticulously maintained his garden was, not a leaf out of place, everything controlled and ordered. He answered the door himself, an imposing figure despite his 70-plus years. "Detective Reeves," he said, his voice carrying the confident resonance of someone used to commanding courtrooms. "To what do I owe this unexpected visit?" I studied his face as I mentioned Eleanor Harrington, looking for any flicker of recognition or concern. His expression remained carefully neutral, but his hand, resting on the doorframe, tightened just slightly. "Eleanor, that's ancient history," he said. "Tragic case. I remember how it affected everyone at the firm." "We've found some new evidence," I said, keeping my voice casual. "It seems Eleanor left some messages in her house, messages that mentioned you by name." His smile didn't waver, but something shifted in his eyes. "I can't imagine what you mean. Eleanor and I were barely acquainted." But the personnel files at the law firm told a different story. Eleanor had been assigned exclusively to Keller's cases for the 6 months leading up to her disappearance, and when I tracked down a retired secretary from the firm, she remembered tensions between them. Eleanor was asking questions, the elderly woman told me as we sat in her small apartment. Questions about some of the firm's corporate clients. She came to work upset that last week. I remember because it was so unlike her. Back at the Harrington estate, the developers were growing impatient, but I convinced them to allow us one final, thorough search. If Eleanor had hidden evidence somewhere in the house, as her messages suggested, we needed to find it. It was on the 3rd day of searching that one of my officers noticed something unusual about the piano in the music room, Eleanor's piano, which had remained with the house through all its changes of ownership. "The acoustics seemed off," he said. as if something was dampening the sound. We carefully removed the back panel of the upright piano, and there, wrapped in plastic and tucked between the soundboard and the outer case, was a thin package of documents. Legal papers, financial records, and a handwritten letter from Alina herself, dated the day before she disappeared. To whoever finds this, the letter began, I've discovered evidence of fraud and embezzlement involving Westbrook Industries. Richard Keller has been helping them hide millions from their shareholders and the IRS. When I confronted him, he threatened me, said accidents happen. I'm taking these copies to the FBI tomorrow. If anything happens to me, look to Richard. The documents corroborated her claims, falsified financial statements, backdated contracts, evidence of money being siphoned into offshore accounts. And most damning of all, records of a payment from Westbrook Industries to a man named Clay Thornton, dated 3 days after Alina's disappearance. Thornton had been convicted of aggravated assault in 1980, served his time, and then seemingly disappeared from the system. Just like Alina had disappeared. It took another 3 months of investigation, exhumations of financial records, and interviews with former Westbrook executives before we had enough evidence to arrest Richard Keller. The case against him was circumstantial but compelling. Alina had discovered his criminal activities, threatened to expose him, and then vanished without a trace. Keller maintained his innocence throughout, his confidence never wavering, even as the evidence mounted against him. You'll never find her, he told me during one interview, and without a body you have nothing. He was right about one thing, we never did find Alina's remains, but we found Clay Thornton, living under an assumed name in Arizona. Old and sick now, he agreed to testify against Keller in exchange for immunity. I didn't kill her, Thornton insisted during his deposition. Keller told me to scare her, to make sure she understood what would happen if she went to the authorities. Things got out of hand. By the time I left that house, she wasn't breathing anymore. When the jury returned with a guilty verdict for Richard Keller, I felt no triumph, only a hollow sense of completion. Alina's parents had both passed away years ago, never knowing what happened to their daughter. Her husband had remarried and built a new life elsewhere. The only one who had carried the truth all these years was the house itself, holding Alina's desperate messages between its walls, waiting for someone to hear them. The Harrington estate was eventually converted into apartments as planned. I drive by occasionally, looking up at the windows and wondering if the new residents ever sense the history that surrounds them, the secrets that were kept for so long within those walls. Alina's piano was donated to a local music school, her final message and the evidence that brought her justice removed from its hiding place. Sometimes I imagine the notes from that instrument carrying something of her story into the world, a melody that waited 40 years to be heard. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when I'm reviewing old cases, I think about those words scratched into the hidden places of that house. How Alina, in her final desperate days, had transformed her home into a testament, the walls themselves bearing witness to what had happened there. The house that kept her secrets had finally spoken. Story 10, The Enigmatic Doppelganger. She cleared the steam from the mirror, gazing at her own reflection. Everything seemed normal, her features in place, her attire unchanged. Yet a subtle unease crept over her as she continued to stare. A flicker caught in her peripheral vision, a movement that defied explanation. When she turned away, her reflection remained unmoving, fixed on her like a silent observer. Thus began the mysterious case of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding in the quiet confines of her modest apartment nestled within a serene suburban neighborhood. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, Rebecca led a life of routine and precision, working diligently as a data analyst for a local company. Her unassuming existence gave no hint of the enigma that would soon engulf her and puzzle the community for years to come. Initially, the disturbances seemed trivial. Objects in Rebecca's home were subtly rearranged small shifts that went unnoticed at first. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books shuffled out of order, her toothbrush inexplicably on the opposite side of the sink. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to the strains of her work that often blurred the lines between reality and exhaustion. Detective Marion Shaw entered the scene when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of inexplicable occurrences, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial assessment yielded no tangible evidence of a crime, leading some to suggest that perhaps mental health services should intervene instead of law enforcement. Shaw recorded the complaint, deeming it non-urgent among the stack of cases demanding immediate attention, yet unknowingly paving the way for a perplexing journey into the unknown. It was the incident in the bathroom that altered the course of events. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted in vivid detail how her reflection seemed to possess a will of its own, casting an unsettling aura of surveillance even in moments of solitude. This time, she presented proof in the form of a security camera aimed at her front door. The footage it captured sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work, only to be followed 20 minutes later by an exact replica of herself, using a key to access the apartment. Forensic scrutiny revealed no signs of tampering or digital manipulation, leaving the investigators grasping at the eerie reality of a doppelganger meticulously mimicking Rebecca's every move. As Detective Shaw delved deeper, the enigma unraveled further. Fingerprints traced back to Rebecca alone, no foreign DNA unearthed within her abode. Neighbors attested to seeing nothing out of the ordinary, merely observing Rebecca's routine comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, recalled a peculiar encounter where Rebecca failed to acknowledge her greeting upon returning home, a deviation from her usual demeanor that raised no immediate alarms. The anomalies multiplied, prompting Rebecca to document each disturbance meticulously. Food vanished from her fridge without recollection, her computer displayed searches she had not initiated, and unsettlingly, her phone harbored selfies bearing a resemblance to her yet devoid of her memory. The haunting realization that someone was manipulating her reality clawed at Rebecca's sanity. Echoing in her plea to Detective Shaw, was she losing her mind, or was someone orchestrating a sinister game of deception? A breakthrough emerged when a pattern surfaced in the surveillance footage. The doppelganger only materialized during Rebecca's absence for specific engagements, routine appointments meticulously planned in advance. Detective Shaw discerned a targeted surveillance strategy at play, a systematic infiltration orchestrated by someone intimately acquainted with Rebecca's daily life. A forensic psychologist's analysis pointed to a fixation case, an individual consumed by the desire to assume Rebecca's identity, to embody her essence wholly. Such obsessions, though rare, found precedence in psychological studies, where the fixation on a victim symbolized an unattainable ideal stability, beauty, success. The spotlight shifted to a former colleague, Lily Winters, whose erratic behavior led to dismissal from the company. Lily's proximity to Rebecca and her unsettling comments on their similarities raised red flags. Following a warrant to search Lily's residence, the investigation plummeted into a realm of chilling revelation. Within Lily's abode, a room stood as a shrine-like homage to Rebecca. Walls adorned with snapshots of Rebecca's mundane activities, a closet stocked with replicas of her wardrobe, and makeup meticulously arranged to mirror Rebecca's preferences. Disturbingly, videos showcased Lily's gradual evolution in mimicking Rebecca's mannerisms, a progression from awkward imitation to near-perfect replication. Rebecca's whispered acknowledgement of Lily's intent to subsume her identity reverberated through the room, underscoring a perilous metamorphosis in progress. Advanced tools for key replication and electronic access manipulation hinted at Lily's meticulous planning, her meticulous monitoring of Rebecca's every move. Amidst the chaos, Lily vanished, leaving behind a scene of abrupt departure as authorities scrambled to secure Rebecca's safety. Weeks of vigilant surveillance failed to yield Lily's trace, heightening the tension within a case veering towards an unsettling denouement. The narrative reached a chilling climax when a security guard reported an inexplicable sighting Rebecca, or her doppelganger, infiltrating her former workplace despite being under protective custody. Surveillance footage unveiled the imposter's intrusion, a stark reminder that Lily had not fled, but instead made her decisive move to seize Rebecca's life for her own. The saga remains unresolved, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the fate of Rebecca Thorne and the elusive Lily Winters. As Detective Shaw contemplates the photograph on her desk, two faces mirror each other in an uncanny resemblance, embodying a tale of stolen identity and blurred boundaries. In the hushed corridors of law enforcement, the tale of Rebecca and Lily serves as a cautionary whisper, a reminder that one's identity is a fragile fortress, vulnerable to those who covet it beyond reason. The haunting truth lingers, echoing in Shaw's solemn counsel to her protégés: the greatest threat lies not in mimicry, but in the insidious desire to erase oneself in the pursuit of another's existence. Story 11. The aging apartment held secrets within its walls, whispering pipes, complaining floorboards, but the newest resident felt a chill in the air, a presence beyond the ordinary. Footsteps echoed from above, a rhythmic cadence that defied explanation, yet she dwelled on the highest floor. One evening she mustered courage, tapping the ceiling with a broomstick. The steps halted. Silence enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock echoed from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose silence over sharing the strange occurrence with others. Perhaps it was the settling of the old building or a creature seeking refuge in the attic. Night after night, the footsteps persisted, a haunting echo traversing the ceiling in the darkness. Sarah adapted, raising the volume of her TV, donning headphones to drown out the methodical pacing overhead. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's enigma when a repairman stumbled upon a hidden passage during routine maintenance. Behind a removed section of drywall lay an unexpected narrow corridor, absent from the building blueprints. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage revealed a makeshift living space, a blanket, discarded wrappers, and a diary. The superintendent summoned the authorities. Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, encountered a shaken maintenance worker. Someone dwelled within the walls, he whispered. Someone watched. The diary chronicled meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her routines, her guests, her meals, her habits. The handwriting, once orderly, spiraled into chaos, strange symbols adorning the margins. "She ignores my presence," the final entry lamented. "No one ignores me." Forensic experts combed the hidden passages, discovering unidentified fingerprints and a network of tunnels dating back decades. These passages connected multiple apartments but terminated in discrete viewing points, peepholes disguised within fixtures, all converging in Sarah's residence. Current residents claimed ignorance of anything amiss, while former tenants spoke of unsettling sensations and unexplained sounds. The breakthrough arrived with the revelation of microscopic blood droplets in one of the concealed spaces, the DNA linked to a missing resident, Martin Weaver. Investigating Martin's past, Detective Morris unveiled a pattern of mysterious disappearances linked to a former tenant named Edward. Each time, Edward had resided in top-floor units, maintaining a reclusive existence before vanishing without a trace. Tracking Edward's movements led to a remote cabin, adorned with eerie photographs and meticulous notes. Maps detailed building structures, journals chronicled observations and habitats. A corkboard displayed missing persons reports, 6 of them individuals from Edward's former residences. Beneath the board, dragged grooves marked the floor. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs unearthed graves, each revealing a tragic tale. As the investigation unfolded, Sarah's building was secured, yet whispers of unseen presences lingered. During security installations, a notebook was discovered, hinting at a new hiding place. A drawing marked Sarah's apartment layout, a crimson path indicating a secret passage, scheduled for that very night. The frantic search for Edward, also known as Edward Mercer, a skilled construction worker, continues. Thermal scans revealed no current occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain unknown, her case tied to similar disappearances nationwide. Detective Morris, haunted by Sarah's ordeal, envisions the unseen watcher, the midnight footsteps, the eerie silence broken by a knock from above. In solitary moments, Detective Morris gazes at his ceiling, pondering, waiting, wondering who else may be listening in the quiet of the night. Story 12. The parcel arrived without fanfare, devoid of any traces that could lead back to its sender. No return address, no tracking number, just a simple cardboard box, its surface slightly damp from the morning's dew. It wasn't intended for her, the address was correct, but the name was a mismatch. Sarah Miller hesitated for a moment, considering ignoring it, leaving it untouched on her porch. But curiosity, that insatiable urge, prevailed. She tore away the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. Yet what lay within was far from ordinary, a VHS tape and a solitary sticky note. "Watch alone," the note commanded in stark simplicity. Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, sensing a peculiar weight to it, as if it carried the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingertips traced the worn edges, feeling the texture of the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore traces of urgency, each stroke pressed hard onto the paper. In the background, the suburban neighborhood hummed with its usual rhythm, a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children, the drone of a lawnmower. Life went on as she stood there on the cusp of a mystery. Bringing the package inside, she placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had resided in the house for years, never receiving mail for anyone by that name. Curiosity wrestled with unease as she glanced at her old VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was a magnetic pull to the tape, a mystery shrouded in the darkness of its worn casing. Against her instincts, Sarah inserted the tape. Static crackled on the screen before sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle was askew, lending an air of urgency to the scene. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," his voice, quiet yet unwavering, filled the room. "If you're watching this, they found you, and soon they will find me." As he leaned forward, his weary face came into view, eyes tired, stubble covering his jaw, hair unkempt. "I am innocent, you must know that, but they have framed me, planted evidence to make me appear guilty." I never laid a hand on her. The camera shifted, revealing a sparsely furnished room, a temporary sanctuary for a man on the run. They fabricated everything. The police report will claim I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard us argue. Lies, all of it. I only saw Catherine Walsh on the news after her death. His voice faltered. Murdered in her own home, and somehow my DNA was present at the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to surface. 5 tapes, 5 recipients, all linked by the desperate plea of Daniel Woodacre, a man accused of Catherine Walsh's murder and mysteriously vanished. The case seemed straightforward. Initially, a young woman strangled in her bedroom, evidence pointing squarely at Woodacre. But the tapes introduced a new layer of complexity. Ramirez sensed a deeper truth lurking beneath the surface. The investigation unraveled further as Ramirez delved into Walsh's past. A whistleblower against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entangled in a web of deceit. Walsh had uncovered damning evidence of clinical trial manipulation, a dangerous secret PharmaCorp sought to bury. Ramirez's focus shifted, exploring the connections between Walsh, Woodacre, and the elusive tapes. The pieces began to form a chilling puzzle. Sarah Miller received a second package, this time filled with incriminating documents, proof of PharmaCorp's deception, of Walsh's courage in the face of danger. Ramirez, collaborating with other tape recipients, traced Woodacre's digital breadcrumbs. An IT security specialist, he stumbled upon the conspiracy inadvertently. They were watching her, Woodacre revealed in a subsequent tape. I uncovered the surveillance orders, the network lockdown that coincided with her demise. They knew she was a threat, and they used me as the scapegoat. The breakthrough in the case came when Sarah noticed a crucial detail in her tape, a reflection hinting at a storage unit. Together with Ramirez, they unveiled the truth. Within Unit 217, Woodacre's journal, Walsh's evidence, and a damning trail leading straight to PharmaCorp's security head. Justice unfolded not in a dramatic arrest, but through the quiet accumulation of undeniable proof. Executives fell, the security head confessed, and the tainted drug faced retribution. Woodacre emerged from the shadows, a changed man, vindicated yet scarred by his ordeal. Sarah and Woodacre met once more, reflecting on the twists of fate that brought them together. "Why me?" Sarah asked, seeking closure. "Why send it to my doorstep?" Woodacre's gaze held the weight of truth. "The algorithm chose you. I needed impartial eyes, souls untouched by our stories, to see beyond the fabricated narrative." In a moment of shared understanding, they acknowledged the thin line between justice and deception. "The wrong address," Sarah mused, "led us to the right path." The VHS tapes, artifacts of a hidden truth, stood testament to the power of unraveling mysteries that arrive in unexpected guises. Story 13. In the depths of the attic, veiled beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, fragile and ancient, its azure eyes painted wide and unwavering. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with this discovery. They dismissed it with a laugh, just another relic abandoned to time. Yet that night a subtle unease settled within their home. The air grew dense, the quietude stretched taut. And come morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the edge of their bed. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the allure of the Victorian house they purchased at auction, its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure beckoning them despite whispers of a troubled past. Little did they know, they were destined to intertwine their fates with its enigmatic history. Detective Rachel Winters was summoned on a crisp autumn day to a haunting scene. In the master bedroom lay the female victim, contorted in a macabre pose, limbs bent at precise angles, eyes wide in eternal terror. Meanwhile, the male victim was found in the hallway, a futile attempt at escape frozen upon his face. The meticulously arranged tableau revealed no forced entry. No signs of struggle, only a deliberate positioning that whispered of sinister intent. As Detective Winters meticulously pieced together the puzzle, she unearthed unsettling testimonies from neighbors. Whispers of shadows flitting past windows, of childlike laughter echoing through the vacant house in the dead of night. Each account added a layer of disquiet to the enigma at hand. The forensic team's findings deepened the mystery, tracing minute fibers throughout the house, vintage fabrics akin to those adorning antique dolls. The absence of foreign DNA, fingerprints, or footprints confounded the investigation, hinting at an elusive perpetrator who left no trace. Delving into the property's past, Detective Winters uncovered a chilling pattern of unexplained deaths spanning decades. 3 prior owners had met mysterious ends, with peculiar occurrences documented in each case. A thread emerged, weaving a tale of eerie coincidences and spectral whispers. A faded newspaper clipping led Detective Winters to a doll maker who had once dwelled within the house, his tragic history shrouded in secrets. His final creation, a doll resembling his deceased daughter, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one discovered by Sarah and Michael. Old photographs hinted at a sinister truth: the doll possessed an eerie sentience, its presence seemingly shifting within the frames. Further investigations unveiled a spectral trail of tiny handprints invisible to the naked eye, leading from the attic to the master bedroom. An unsettling residue of porcelain dust and enigmatic organic matter hinted at an otherworldly influence at play. A revelation from a distant relative of the doll maker shed light on his esoteric practices, weaving spirits into his creations to bestow them with an eerie vitality. The doll, it seemed, was more than a mere plaything. It held a dark secret within its porcelain visage. As the case grew more enigmatic, Detective Winters found herself ensnared in a web of inexplicable events. The inexplicable disappearance of the doll from police custody, coupled with her own cryptic episode of lost time, cast a shadow of doubt over her perceptions. The house changed hands once more, its grim past driving down its value despite its architectural grandeur. The new owners, wary of the attic's haunted legacy, found it empty save for a neatly folded blanket. The doll remained at large, a spectral enigma that continued to haunt the fringes of reality. Detective Winters, haunted by the unresolved case, retired prematurely, bearing the weight of untold secrets. On her final day, she stowed away a photograph of the doll maker and his eerie creations, a testament to the enigmatic forces that lingered within the house's walls. The new owners, opting to leave the attic undisturbed, reported no disturbances, yet whispers of a spectral presence persisted on quiet nights. The faint laughter of a child, the fleeting shadow behind the attic window, echoes of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 14. The town kept quiet about the house on the edge of the woods, a solitary structure with darkened windows and a porch burdened by time. No one laid claim to it, and its origins remained shrouded in mystery. Yet when a band of hikers strayed too close, they stumbled upon a chilling sight: names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like ominous prophecies. Among them, at the very bottom, a fresh name glared back at them, unfamiliar and unsettling. It wasn't until a trembling voice broke the silence, whispering, "That's mine." Under the cloak of night, a call came into dispatch, classifying the incident as a routine trespassing report. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had discovered his own name engraved on the forsaken house. Responding officers anticipated a case of juvenile mischief, a mere prank among companions. However, what awaited them defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness enveloped the forest, her flashlight piercing through the shadows to reveal the weathered facade of the eerie building. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall, some fading with time while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still carrying traces of newly cut wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason asserted, his words forming mist in the frigid air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." The investigation commenced with thorough background checks on each name etched into the wall. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years, their disappearances connected by a chilling commonality: they had all vanished while hiking alone. Some cases had gone cold, while others remained open, haunting reminders of lives interrupted. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depth, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harkened back to a missing person case from 37 years prior, recounting the tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods never to return, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling stream. Mason's account remained unwavering during extensive questioning. He professed no ties to the area beyond the hiking excursion with his college friends. They had randomly selected the trail based on an online suggestion, with no inkling of the ominous fate that awaited them. Attention shifted to Mason's companions, particularly Emily Chen, the group's photographer. Upon scrutinizing the images she had captured during their hike, analysts discerned a disconcerting presence: a blurred figure, tall and slender, lurking in the background of 3 distinct photographs. "We would have noticed another person on the trail," Emily insisted, her voice tinged with unease. Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior, revealing an abandoned space cloaked in dust, with broken furniture strewn about. However, in the basement, a macabre tableau awaited discovery. Personal effects of the missing hikers lay meticulously arranged on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. Under ultraviolet scrutiny, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, remnants of attempts to erase a sinister past. Although ground-penetrating radar yielded no bodies beneath the house, cadaver dogs incessantly signaled toward the dense forest at the rear of the property. As the investigation delved deeper, Detective Keller observed a shift in Mason's demeanor. He reported eerie incidents, whispers in the night, enigmatic footprints leading to his door but never away, shadowy figures observing from the shadows. A breakthrough emerged when buried land records unveiled the house's previous owner, a recluse named Victor Blackwood. Sparse encounters with neighbors described a tall, gaunt man who shunned interaction, disappearing without a trace 15 years prior, evading official scrutiny. With a warrant secured, Detective Keller led an expedition into the encompassing forest, unearthing a network of primitive hunting blinds strategically stationed along popular trails. Within one blind, a journal surfaced, chronicling meticulous observations of hikers, their paths, gear, and behaviors. The entries morphed from detailing animal hunts to chilling accounts of human prey, outlining how each victim was selected and pursued. A manhunt ensued for Blackwood, spanning jurisdictions and deploying advanced search tactics. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest canopy, while tactical teams combed every crevice and cavern. Yet the elusive figure remained beyond reach. Mason Wright's whereabouts became a mystery as he withdrew from contact. Officers dispatched to his residence found it deserted, save for a chilling inscription on his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks passed with no sign of Mason or the forensic technician, until a startling revelation unfolded during a secondary search of Blackwood's house. Concealed behind a false panel in the basement lurked a workshop, housing woodworking tools, preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name: the missing forensic technicians. Authorities established a vigilant perimeter around the dwelling, equipped with surveillance and motion sensors, poised for the inevitable reckoning. 3 nights later, an alarm sounded, capturing on camera a towering, ethereal figure emerging from the forest, moving with an otherworldly grace toward the house. As tactical units closed in, the figure vanished, leaving a lingering sense of dread in its wake. To this day, the house remains under constant watch, a haunting reminder of the unsolved mysteries that dwell within its walls. Mason Wright and the forensic technician faded into obscurity, their fates entwined with the enigmatic hunter, Victor Blackwood. The investigation persists, drawing new resources as similar vanishings are reported in forested enclaves across the land. The names etched on the wall have become a whispered legend among law enforcement circles, evoking fear and fascination in equal measure. Some officers dare not utter them aloud, while others opt to steer clear of the unsettling case altogether. And local hikers, aware of the ominous house's dark history, tread cautiously, fearful that merely speaking of it could invite their names to join the silent chorus of the forsaken, the names that none dare speak. Story 15. She crossed the threshold, stirring up dust in the musty air of the abandoned house. Years of neglect had left the walls peeling and the furniture shrouded in sheets. Each step felt like entering a frozen moment in time, a suspended reality where everything stood still except for one peculiar detail. The doors, no matter which one she opened, they all led back to the same room, a mysterious loop that defied logic, trapping her in the parlor with no escape. The only way out was the way she came in. But when she glanced back, the front door had vanished into thin air. With the discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body, the once forgotten Victorian home transformed into a grim crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing forensic experts moving silently through the dim interior like spectral figures. The house had garnered a reputation among locals not just for spinning compasses and eerie sensations of being watched, but now for harboring secrets darker than any urban legend. The initial assessment indicates she passed away around 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, barely audible in the heavy silence. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene as if awaiting a visitor. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that unsettled even seasoned investigators. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. "They entered, saw her there, mistook her for a trespasser until they drew closer." The house had remained uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly half a decade earlier. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of abandonment, unwanted, unsold, and mostly forgotten except by those seeking thrills or mischief. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a keen eye for spaces that challenged conventional norms. Her friends described her as meticulous, driven, and captivated by structures that defied expectations. The allure of the abandoned Victorian, notorious for disorienting visitors, must have called out to her like a siren's song. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned something about visiting the house where people get lost for her research. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks leading up to her demise. Entries in her journal detailed odd acoustic phenomena, sudden drops in temperature, and doors that seemed to lead to different places with each opening. In her final notes, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to record what she termed spatial anomalies. Yet that equipment remained nowhere to be found. During the autopsy, an unexpected revelation emerged: traces of a rare alkaloid derived from a plant used in shamanic rituals were detected in Morgan's system. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the amounts found were not lethal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational drugs, her boyfriend asserted during interrogation. Morgan was meticulous in her research practices. She wouldn't have jeopardized her senses intentionally. Digging into Morgan's digital footprint uncovered fragments of deleted messages on her phone, conversations with an individual who shared her fascination with the house, someone claiming to grasp its enigmatic nature. The exchanges grew progressively intimate and cryptic. The house retains its memories, one message hinted. It yearns for someone to understand. The trail led investigators to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian whose expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated Morgan. Their professional rapport had blossomed into a more personal connection. When questioned, Reeves expressed genuine sorrow at Morgan's passing. "The house has a reputation," he divulged. The original architect wove optical illusions and deceptive perspectives into its design. It was crafted to bewilder and disorient. Morgan believed there was a deeper layer to it, something transcending mere trickery of construction. However, Reeves had a solid alibi for the presumed time of Morgan's demise, supported by university symposium footage showing him lecturing hours away from the Victorian. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Aliner Blackwood's grandson, currently residing overseas. Contacted by the investigators, he unveiled a long-guarded family secret. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to pass away in that house," he disclosed. "There were others, always discovered in the parlor, always at peace." The family referred to it as the claiming. Providing journals spanning generations, he unveiled a chilling pattern: individuals spending significant time within the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically termed the influence. A secondary sweep of the property unearthed a concealed compartment behind the parlor's hearth. Inside, Morgan's missing equipment was recovered alongside a peculiar find: an alcove housing artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a geometric configuration. At its center rested a weathered figurine depicting a deity associated with liminal realms, thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid matching Morgan's toxicology were discovered on the relics. The case took a sinister turn when dust analysis within the house hinted at an additional presence during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints distinct from Morgan's or any known visitors were lifted from doorknobs throughout the property. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his residence. Mimicking Morgan's fate, he sat serenely facing the entrance with the same alkaloid detected in his system. Clenched in his hand was a key that unlocked no door in his apartment, but fitted precisely into the hidden compartment of the Victorian. In his final electronic missive, sent to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct: the doors lead to where they always have, yet something tricks you into believing you're traversing in circles. Once you grasp the verity, you can depart at will, but by then the desire to leave dissipates. The case remains officially unresolved, classified as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian structure has since been condemned, its access limited by authorities. Nevertheless, whispers persist of phantom lights glimpsed within on certain evenings and of guests who enter but never exit. Some locals maintain that the house claims those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves unearthed something ancient and potent, existing within the interstices of conventional reality. The verity remains as elusive as an escape in a domicile where every portal circles back to the inception. Story 16: The Tale of the Forgotten Library. The ancient library stood on the brink of destruction, its fate sealed by the hands of progress. The workers toiled tirelessly, dismantling its walls brick by brick, unaware of the secrets lurking within. But fate had other plans, as a curious laborer stumbled upon a hidden latch nestled within the old bookshelf. With a gentle click, the bookshelf swung open, revealing a clandestine passage that led to a chamber shrouded in mystery. The air hung heavy and stagnant, a silent witness to years of neglect. In the center of the room stood a solitary chair, its frame bolted firmly to the floor, a silent sentinel in the shadows. Etched repeatedly on the walls, a haunting message echoed through the dimly lit chamber: "I am still here." The foreman, sensing unease creeping into his bones, wasted no time in contacting the authorities. What began as a routine demolition swiftly spiraled into a chilling enigma that gripped the heart of Detective Morgan Walsh. Veteran of 2 decades in law enforcement, Walsh had encountered his fair share of the macabre, but nothing could have prepared him for the sight that awaited within the hidden room. Standing at the threshold, his flashlight pierced the darkness, casting eerie shadows upon the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice a whisper in the oppressive silence. "Let no one disturb a thing until forensics arrives." The history of the library whispered tales of a family haunted by tragedy. The Harringtons, once pillars of the community, had gifted the building to the public following the baffling disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanished without a trace during her final year of college, Rebecca's absence had left a void in the hearts of her loved ones. Despite tireless searches and unanswered questions, the truth remained elusive. The prevailing belief hinted at a runaway, but her family clung to darker suspicions. As forensic experts combed through the hidden chamber, a grim revelation unfolded. Strands of hair and fibers clung to the chair, while the walls bore faint traces of blood and skin cells beneath the layers of neglect. The forensic analyst's words cut through the silence like a knife, revealing the chair's grim purpose as a tool of restraint. Walsh delved into the tangled web of the Harrington family's past, a gnawing suspicion tugging at his thoughts. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance hinted at a sinister connection. Further scrutiny unearthed a troubling detail: the very bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor with ties to Rebecca's uncle, Maxwell Harrington. Financial records painted a damning picture of undue payments and secretive dealings, casting a shadow of doubt over the family's legacy. Former staff members shared tales of Maxwell's solitary vigils in the forbidden section, his presence a mystery shrouded in silence. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place when DNA evidence linked the hidden chamber to Rebecca herself. The walls of secrecy crumbled, revealing a chilling truth: Rebecca had not fled, but had been held captive behind the facade of the bookshelf, perhaps by a hand from within her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives descended upon the Harrington estate, their search leading them to Maxwell's study. There, hidden in a concealed compartment, lay a journal chronicling his descent into obsession and madness. The final entry spoke of a desperate act to silence a truth that threatened to unravel his very existence. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Maxwell's veneer of denial shattered, laying bare the darkness that had festered in his soul. His hollow confession echoed through the chambers of justice, revealing a tale of betrayal and tragedy that had lain dormant for far too long. The earth beneath the hidden room yielded its grim secret as the skeletal remains of a long-lost daughter emerged from the depths of oblivion. Clad in a bracelet that gleamed with memories of happier days, Rebecca's bones bore witness to a life cut short by a cruel hand. In a courtroom suffused with sorrow, the Harrington family faced the specter of justice, their silent grief a poignant tribute to a life stolen too soon. As the dust settled and the truth emerged from the shadows, the old library stood as a monument to a tragedy long buried but never forgotten. The flowers that adorned its entrance whispered of remembrance, a silent elegy to a soul lost in the mists of time. And in the quiet confines of the hidden chamber, Rebecca's final message, "I am still here," echoed through the annals of history, a testament to a spirit that refused to be silenced, even in death's embrace. Story 17. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time. Neglected, it held secrets of the past inhabitants of the house. Within its faded confines rested Polaroids of yesteryears, capturing moments of joy and togetherness. Innocent scenes of birthdays and family gatherings painted a picture of normalcy until her gaze fell upon the final photograph. In that captured moment, her living room unfolded before her eyes, the familiar couch, the drapes gently swaying, but the family depicted was not hers, and in the shadows lurked a figure, barely discernible in the dimness, a man watching. A shiver traced its icy fingers down Rebecca's spine as she scrutinized the image. Her hands quivered, causing the edges of the photograph to tremble softly. The family in the picture, a woman with golden hair, a man with thick-rimmed glasses, and two children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the looming presence behind them. Frozen in time, their smiles belied the danger that loomed near. Carrying the photo downstairs, each creak of the wooden steps echoed the weight of unease that settled in her chest. The house, once spacious and quiet since her arrival 4 months ago, now felt oppressive, suffocating. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, Rebecca bathed it in the harsh glare of fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the unfamiliar faces in the picture was undeniable. The archway leading to the hallway, the intricate crown molding, the bay window basking in the morning light. This was her sanctuary, yet these strangers had left their mark upon it. The arrival of Detective Morgan marked the beginning of a quiet inquiry into the enigma. With weathered leather and eyes that missed nothing, he examined the photograph with a meticulous air. Tracing a gloved finger along the Polaroid's edge, he turned it over to find a blank back. "What do you know of the previous owners, the Nelsons?" His voice rumbled low. Rebecca confessed, "Very little. They had already relocated out of state before I bought the house." Morgan nodded, his expression inscrutable. "May I take this? Our team might shed light on the family in the photograph." And so, the investigation commenced in earnest. Delving into the history of the house, Rebecca discovered that the Nelsons had acquired the property from a family named Crawford, who had abruptly departed after 7 years. Prior to them, the Mornos had resided there for almost a decade. Detective Morgan meticulously traced back through property records, interviewing former residents, constructing a timeline of inhabitants. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier recognized the family in the photograph. The Sutherlands, he declared with certainty. They occupied that house for a brief year before vanishing without a trace. Mail piled up. Neighbors assumed they had moved away quietly. The Sutherland family's disappearance bore a haunting resemblance to a recurring pattern. People vanished, 4 individuals gone without a trace. No forwarding address, no trace of their children in new schools, no activity in bank accounts, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to 15 years prior. Examining minute details within the picture, the technician pointed out telltale signs of staging the particles suspended in the air, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. A timer was used for this shot, each person perfectly positioned, she elucidated. But if the Sutherlands orchestrated the picture, who was the spectral figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled further features of the mysterious presence. Tall, masculine, clad in darkness, his countenance veiled, yet his stance exuded an intense vigilance, a sense of belonging as he observed from the shadows. Detective Morgan uncovered a disquieting trend, a family vanishing every year like clockwork. Further scrutiny of historical records disclosed a chilling past. The house, crafted by a renowned architect, bore a dark shadow. The project manager vanished near completion. Samuel Whitfield, his successor, completed the construction. A single photograph of Whitfield, a gaunt man with piercing eyes, was unearthed in police archives. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, an eerie resemblance emerged. Reports claimed Samuel Whitfield perished in a construction mishap post-house completion. His body lost in the rubble of a collapsed building. The basement became the focal point of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the concrete floor, aberrations that defied explanation. And beneath the layers, they found them all, the missing families, frozen in time within the earth's embrace. Among their belongings lay a camera, the very one that had captured the attic's photograph, and a trove of images, each portraying a different family, blissfully unaware of the lurking presence in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene, never to welcome Rebecca's return. As investigators meticulously catalogued evidence, a hidden crawlspace emerged behind a concealed wall in the attic. Within lay a cot, photographic equipment, and a journal chronicling meticulous observations of the house's occupants. The final entry, dated a mere 3 days prior, read, "The newcomer is astute. She discovered my photograph too soon. I must hasten my plans." Under police protection, Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel, yet unrest haunted her slumber. A nocturnal call pierced the silence, the receiver crackling with a phantom breath. A click, then the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera dispensing a photo. The inquiry persists, the house brooding in darkness, its mysteries elusive. Samuel Whitfield remains an enigma, his fate obscured by time's veil. Some assert his demise decades ago, while others suggest a clandestine escape to a fresh locale, a new identity, a new abode. In the shadows, photographs develop, capturing new families, new homes, new sentinels. Amidst the dimness, those who seek truths about the man in the photograph are now under scrutiny themselves. The enigmatic watcher, eternal and unseen, continues his spectral vigil, his secrets veiled in the shadows. Story 18. As the night enveloped the quiet nursery, a flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, like a fleeting shadow passing through a moonlit room. The mother, Rebecca, barely registered the anomaly, attributing it to mere interference in the airwaves. But then a crackling static pierced the silence, and a voice, soft as a breath of wind, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." In that moment, a chill swept through Rebecca, freezing her in place, her heart pounding like a distant drum in the night. With a surge of primal instinct, she dashed to her son's room, the hallway stretching before her like an endless corridor of uncertainty. Each step echoed in her ears, a frantic rhythm of fear and desperation. Upon reaching the nursery, her trembling hand pushed open the door, revealing an empty crib bathed in the soft glow of the night light. Panic gripped her like icy tendrils, her mind racing to comprehend the inexplicable. The room remained undisturbed, the window sealed shut against the outside world, the door securely locked as it had been all evening. The only disruption lay in the form of a stuffed rabbit, its button eyes staring up at her with an unnerving intensity, as if silently bearing witness to the unseen. In the aftermath of that fateful night, Rebecca's screams pierced the veil of darkness, tearing through the stillness like a jagged wound. The neighbors, stirred from their own slumber, reached out to the authorities, their concern mingled with a sense of foreboding. Upon arrival, the investigators found Rebecca cradling the stuffed rabbit, her grip white-knuckled, her gaze distant and haunted. Samuel, her precious 4-month-old son, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that echoed through the hollow chambers of her heart. The ensuing investigation unfolded like a tapestry of shadows and secrets, each thread leading deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. No signs of forced entry marred the sanctity of the home, no clues left behind to illuminate the path of the elusive intruder. Rebecca found herself cast under the harsh light of suspicion, her every action scrutinized through the lens of doubt. Her husband, Daniel, a figure absent in the crucible of the night's events, emerged from the shadows of his own making, his presence a specter haunting the edges of the investigation. As the tendrils of inquiry stretched further, a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness, a trail of microscopic fibers, foreign to the realm of domesticity, clinging to the windowsill like a silent witness to the clandestine act that had unfolded. The focus shifted, unveiling a web of deceit and betrayal woven with threads of climbing rope and specialized boots, leading the investigators down a path fraught with treachery and hidden motives. Daniel, with his calloused hands and troubled past, stood at the center of the storm, his facade of innocence crumbling under the weight of damning evidence. A second family, a web of lies, and a plan carefully orchestrated in the shadows of the night, all laid bare in the harsh light of truth. The baby monitor, once a harbinger of safety and reassurance, emerged as a silent witness to the sinister machinations that had unfolded within the confines of the nursery. Its digital eyes had captured the whispered deceit that had shattered a mother's world. In a basement cloaked in shadows, the truth unfurled like a dark blossom, revealing Samuel in the arms of a woman named Elena Ghost from Daniel's past, driven by a grief that had twisted into a malevolent force. The courtroom, hushed in anticipation, bore witness to the unraveling of a tale woven with threads of betrayal and redemption. The voices of the past echoed through the sterile air, their resonance a haunting reminder of the fragility of trust. As the gavel fell, sealing the fate of the guilty, Rebecca and Samuel embarked on a journey of healing and renewal, leaving behind the shadows of the past to embrace a future bathed in the light of a new dawn. The baby monitor, its digital gaze unblinking, stood as a silent sentinel, a guardian of truth in a world veiled in deception. And as the night whispered its lullaby of secrets, Rebecca held onto the stuffed rabbit, its glassy eyes reflecting the echoes of a night when darkness gave way to the light of justice. Story 19. The apartment lay dormant for months, its silence undisturbed as time slipped by unnoticed. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were modest, perhaps a layer of dust, a few remnants of forgotten belongings. However, one door stood defiant, refusing to yield to their curiosity. Locked from within, it guarded its secrets with a stubbornness that piqued their intrigue. The landlord, with a mixture of trepidation and reluctance, finally coerced the door open. Anticipation hung in the air, mingling with a sense of foreboding. What lay beyond was not what they had anticipated. The closet's walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched in deep, uneven scratches that spoke of desperation and confinement. And nestled in the corner, an antiquated flip phone, its screen illuminated by a lone, unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling enigmas, felt a shiver trace down her spine at the sight before her. It wasn't the presence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but rather the silent plea conveyed by those abrasions, a silent testament to someone's harrowing struggle for freedom. "We need forensics here immediately," she directed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the haunting marks on the wood, "and bring me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone simply whispered, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man perpetually on edge, nervously recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. A young woman kept to herself, moved out about 6 months ago, he mumbled, avoiding the closet's gaze, never caused any trouble. Forensic analysis unearthed a chilling revelation within the scratches: multiple blood samples, most matching a single individual, presumably the missing tenant named Emma Caldwell, aged 28. Yet 2 DNA profiles emerged. One remained a mystery in the databases, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years, Derek Mercer, a name that sent a ripple of disbelief through Shaw. "This can't be right," she murmured, her gaze fixed on the damning evidence. Emma's apartment painted a poignant picture of an interrupted existence. Unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a meticulously arranged bed. Her phone records told a story of dwindling connections, of unanswered calls, and a mysterious figure looming on the periphery of her life. The sister mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a fleeting glimpse of a man, obscured by a baseball cap, following Emma into her sanctuary one fateful night. The breakthrough came when Derek Mercer's fingerprints were discovered on the closet's inner doorknob, an unsettling link that hinted at a more sinister connection. He staged his own demise, Shaw concluded, but why and what led him to Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led them to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, vanished without a trace. Her path intersected with Emma's in the most sinister of ways, a twisted tapestry of deceit and manipulation woven by Mercer's hand. A journey through traffic cameras and diligent detective work unveiled a chilling truth. Mercer's malevolent presence loomed over Emma's life, a shadowy puppeteer orchestrating a symphony of fear and control. The investigation's relentless pursuit led them to a secluded property, a hidden chamber of horrors where Lynette languished in darkness, a living specter of Mercer's malevolence. "He forced me to witness," she whispered, haunted eyes seeking solace, "to learn the price of defiance." The evidence mounted, a damning tapestry of Mercer's depravity, journals chronicling his fixation, photographs capturing his victim's essence, and videos that immortalized Emma's final moments of despair. The manhunt spanned jurisdictions, a race against time to apprehend a predator whose only desire was to inflict suffering and revel in the agony of trapped souls. When Mercer was finally cornered at a bus terminal, his demeanor remained eerily composed, as if he existed in a realm of his own creation, untouched by the horrors he had wrought. "She sent that message to herself," he coolly asserted, his eyes betraying a twisted sense of righteousness. "She craved exposure, but she found only oblivion." The trial peeled back the layers of Mercer's elaborate facade, exposing a web of deceit and manipulation that had ensnared unsuspecting souls in its grasp. Emma's body was never recovered, lost to the confines of that unforgiving closet where her spirit had fought its final battle against an implacable foe. The jury's verdict echoed through the courtroom, a resounding condemnation of Mercer's heinous acts. As the gavel fell, sealing his fate to a lifetime behind bars, a faint smile played upon his lips, a silent acknowledgement of a truth known only to him. During the sentencing, Lynette's voice rang clear and unwavering. "He imprisoned us in the darkness of his mind, but as he withers in his cell, I shall bask in the light of freedom." The case reshaped investigative protocols, casting a spotlight on the intricacies of missing persons cases and the hidden dangers lurking within seemingly ordinary dwellings. Detective Shaw, keeper of secrets and seeker of justice, preserved a memento from Emma's apartment, a stark reminder that not all horrors wear the mask of violence, but some are etched in the silent pleas of those lost to the shadows. Story 20, The Unsettling Dollhouse. She never enjoyed venturing up to the attic, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no other option. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in layers of dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows in the most remote corner rested an ancient dollhouse, eerily intricate, its miniature furniture meticulously arranged. However, as she gazed inside, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were delicate, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each tiny figure positioned precisely as they sat downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the groove where the small wooden figure stood. A chill ran through her body, independent of the icy draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rental property her family had recently moved into. The tale commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers descended upon the suburban domicile to find a family in distress, clustered in their living room, unwilling to ascend to the upper levels. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their fears as an elaborate prank or perhaps the byproduct of an overactive imagination adjusting to a new environment. "It was the meticulous detail that struck me," Detective Harmon would later recount in interviews. Each miniature figurine captured a unique aspect of each family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's hoodie, even the mother's birthmark on her hand. The investigation took a turn when forensic teams unearthed fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any of the family members. Even more disturbing were the microscopic cameras discovered embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Scrutiny of the Morgan family's movements in the days prior revealed a disconcerting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored where the family had been seated that evening, but replicated exact postures from various days, indicating someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We soon realized this was no ordinary case of stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation rarely seen in the annals of criminal psychology. The investigation unveiled a hidden entrance to the basement, concealed behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators unearthed a makeshift living area with signs that someone had been dwelling there before the Morgans moved in. Discarded food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted that an intruder had been residing beneath the family for weeks. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records unveiled that the house had sat vacant for nearly a year prior to the Morgan family's arrival. The former owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son oversaw the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Conversations with neighbors yielded minimal insight. Most had not noticed anything amiss, although one elderly woman mentioned sporadically spotting lights in the house during its vacancy. The assumption was that it was the real estate agents showing the property, she informed investigators. It never occurred to me that someone might be residing there without authorization. The breakthrough transpired through digital forensics. Examination of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras disclosed that the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a modest apartment across town. Within, they discovered walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and prior residents of the house. Journal entries meticulously chronicled the daily routines of each family member with unsettling precision. The most chilling revelation was a workshop containing numerous partially completed dollhouses, each representing distinct homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. His financial records indicated mounting debt following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he devised the concealed living space, continuing to inhabit it while collecting rent from unwitting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Every figure symbolized someone he observed. The figure of Rebecca beside the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. Throughout interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he expounded on his rationale. They were dwelling in my house, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed assurance that they were treating it with reverence. When queried about the positioned figures, he simply stated, "I wanted them to understand I was always watching." The psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells struggled to cope emotionally with losing his childhood residence and crafted an elaborate system to retain dominion over it. The dollhouse became his means of possessing both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later reminisced that the most haunting moment was not discovering the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all along, measuring our lives, transforming us into playthings. The true horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that in his mind, we were merely dolls to be manipulated and observed. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, unlawful surveillance, and unlawful entry. The case prompted a reevaluation of real estate disclosure, laws concerning deaths on properties, and the responsibility of agents to ensure residences are correctly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge highlighted the extraordinary violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't merely intrude upon their home, you invaded their sense of security and independence. You witnessed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your enjoyment. What intrigues criminologists most about the case is how long Wells might have operated without detection had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Forensic analysis of his journals indicated that he had been covertly residing in homes for nearly 2 years, transitioning from one property to another, crafting dollhouses of each family under surveillance. The Morgan family eventually relocated to a distant residence, yet Rebecca confessed in victim impact statements that she still checked closets and hidden spaces habitually. She eradicated all dollhouses and miniatures from their new abode. "Some days I still sense eyes upon me," she divulged. "I ponder if somewhere, someone is still maneuvering a tiny version of me within an undiscovered dollhouse." Story 21. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded hues, capturing a moment long buried in the sands of time. Among the smiling faces and flickering candles, a specter lurked, unnoticed by those frozen in joyful celebration. The daughter, Sarah Winters, stumbled upon this chilling anomaly while sifting through her mother's attic after the final farewell had been bid. A simple box labeled Memories revealed a trove of photographs chronicling days of yore, promising a glimpse into a past now shrouded in darkness. The first photo, taken at Sarah's 7th birthday, revealed a vague silhouette lingering at the periphery, a haunting presence on the edge of merriment. As the snapshots progressed, the figure insidiously crept closer, its obscured face a macabre mystery. In a trembling voice, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the enigma that had invaded their cherished memories. But his response was shrouded in disbelief, for he could not fathom the existence of an interloper among their captured joys. Detective Marcus Reed, a stalwart guardian of truth, listened intently as Sarah laid bare the unsettling progression of the unknown figure through the family photos. Rain drummed against the windows of the precinct, casting eerie shadows that danced in tandem with the unfolding mystery. The detective's scrutiny revealed a pattern of malevolence woven through the snapshots, a sinister presence inching closer to innocence with each click of the camera. Despite diligent inquiries and technological aids, the identity of the shadowy figure remained elusive, a phantom haunting the periphery of memory. But Sarah's determination unearthed a chilling connection. Other family albums bore witness to the same ominous presence, a recurring nightmare lurking in the background of joyous occasions. Through digital enhancement and forensic expertise, the figure began to take shape, revealing clues that led to a sinister truth buried in the annals of time. Dental records provided the final link, tying the spectral figure to a long-forgotten maintenance worker named Robert Keller, a man with a dark past intertwined with unspeakable crimes. Keller's malevolent presence had slithered through the shadows of family gatherings, preying on innocence before vanishing into the night. The revelation sent shivers down Sarah's spine as she grappled with the knowledge that the monster had lurked among them, unseen yet ever present. As justice slowly unraveled the web of deceit, Sarah found herself alone with the damning evidence, a box of photos that bore witness to a horror long suppressed. The candles in the final birthday picture cast a bittersweet glow on her family's faces, a stark reminder of the innocence lost to the darkness that had stalked them through the years. The shadowy figure, now unmasked and exposed, stood as a testament to the resilience of those who dared to confront the ghosts of the past. In the quiet of her apartment, surrounded by the ghosts of memories tainted by malevolence, Sarah reflected on the power of hidden figures that move through life unseen, leaving scars that linger long after the moment has passed. The shadows may fade, but the echoes of their presence resonate through time, a reminder that even in the brightest moments, darkness can find a way to seep through the cracks. And so, with a heavy heart and a resolve forged in the fires of truth, Sarah closed the lid on the box of memories, a silent sentinel to the horrors that lurked beneath the surface of family gatherings frozen in time. Story 22. In the quiet embrace of their new home, Michael and Sarah Klein embarked on a journey they never anticipated. A journey that began innocently with what seemed like mere peeling wallpaper in their Victorian-era residence. But as they delicately stripped away the layers, a haunting tale unfolded before them. Inked on the walls, repeated endlessly, was a name: Alina Winters. Each stroke of the pen, each letter, bore witness to a story untold, a mystery shrouded in the shadows of time. The couple, drawn to the house's ancient whispers and timeless charm, found themselves entwined in a narrative that transcended generations. It all started with a water stain, a simple blemish on the floral wallpaper of their master bedroom. As they peeled back the layers, they uncovered a hidden truth. Beneath the surface patterns of the past, Alina's name emerged, etched with desperation and fear. "Alina Winters," Sarah murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, her fingers tracing the haunting script. The discovery sent shivers down their spines, igniting a curiosity that soon turned into an all-consuming obsession. Late into the night, bathed in the glow of their laptop screen, Michael and Sarah delved into the abyss of the internet, seeking answers that remained elusive. The name Alina Winters yielded only one result: a missing persons case from decades ago. And as they gazed upon the faded photograph of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to the previous owner of their home, Margaret Cavendish, a chill crept into their souls. The missing woman, Alina, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that time had failed to fill. With each passing day, the walls of their home seemed to whisper secrets of the past, urging them to unravel the enigma that lay hidden within. Their investigation led them down a labyrinth of forgotten memories and lost souls. They discovered that Margaret Cavendish had assumed the identity of Alina Winters, a truth that shattered their fragile reality. The walls bore witness to a tragedy that spanned decades, a tale of love twisted into obsession, of friendship warped into madness. As the layers of deception peeled away, a new revelation emerged, casting a sinister light on the shadows of the past. DNA evidence linked Alina Winters to the depths of the walls, while fingerprints revealed a chilling truth: a fractured mind, a soul divided, a name etched in desperation. The once serene home now echoed with the echoes of the past, with whispers of a life lost and a soul shattered. And as the excavation of their backyard unearthed long-buried secrets, the truth came to light in a blaze of revelation. Alina Winters, once lost to the world, found justice in the hands of fate. Rebecca Eldridge, the fractured soul behind the facade of Margaret Cavendish, met her reckoning as the walls themselves bore witness to the truth. And so, beneath the moonlit sky, Michael and Sarah stood, their home transformed into a relic of a dark tale, a chapter in a story that would be whispered for years to come. In the stillness of the night, as the world slept, the walls murmured their secrets, a lullaby of mystery and intrigue, guiding the listener into a realm of dreams and shadows. Story 23. The hotel had seen better days, its faded grandeur now a mere memory in the eyes of weary travelers seeking a temporary respite. The receptionist handed her the key with a cryptic warning that sent a shiver down her spine. "Just steer clear of the last door on the left." His hushed words lingered in the air like an unsolved mystery. Intrigue beckoned her as she ventured down the shadowy corridor later that evening. The brass doorknob felt icy to the touch, sending a chill through her as she stood before it. The door appeared unremarkable at first glance, blending in with its neighbors, but a peculiar sensation urged her to press her ear against it. A faint, rhythmic breathing whispered from the other side, a secret heartbeat of the unknown. Detective Morgan Reed found herself at the scene, rubbing the remnants of sleep from her eyes as she crossed the threshold marked by yellow crime scene tape. The metallic tang of blood tainted the air, a scent that spoke volumes to her trained senses. The room bore witness to a cruel juxtaposition, a pristine bathroom, an untouched bed, and in between the stark reality of tragedy. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed around her like a haunting halo. Her vacant gaze stared upwards, frozen in a silent scream of eternity. Reed knelt by the victim, mindful not to disturb the evidence markers dotting the crime scene. "The third one this season," remarked the forensic expert, his voice devoid of emotion as he meticulously documented the grim tableau. "The same calling card as before." Reed nodded solemnly, absorbing the grim pattern unfolding before her. The victim's attire hinted at a life far removed from this desolate motel. An expensive handbag lay open on the bedside table, its contents untouched. This was not a crime of opportunity. It was a meticulously planned act driven by something deeper, darker. The hotel manager lingered on the periphery, his pallor betraying his unease. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined." His voice faltered, haunted by the tragedy that had unfolded within his establishment. The maid discovered her when she came to clean. Reed surveyed the room once more, noting the absence of forced entry or defensive wounds. The victim had either welcomed her assailant willingly or harbored a dreadful familiarity with them. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the puzzle on the incident board. 3 women, strikingly similar in appearance, all found in nondescript motels off the beaten path. Speculation ran rife in the media, painting a portrait of a lurking predator amidst the community. "The autopsy report is in," announced Detective Hayes, depositing a file on Reed's desk. "Death by manual strangulation. No trace of DNA under the victim's nails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow, sensing a personal motive overshadowing the conventional narrative of a predatory killer. Days blurred into nights as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage from the hotel yielded no breakthroughs. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, defied easy categorization, a meticulous financial analyst with no visible enemies in her wake. Her circle of acquaintances described her as cautious, methodical, raising questions about her voluntary presence in such a bleak setting. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man she was involved with, the sister divulged, her hands trembling around a cup of coffee. "Someone from her workplace. She kept it all hush-hush, said he was complicated, married, I suspect." Reed leaned in, seeking a critical piece of the puzzle. "Did she ever mention a name? Just C," the sister whispered. "That's all she let slip." The focus shifted to Werner's workplace, where colleagues painted a picture of a reserved professional who kept her personal life under wraps. However, a hidden clue awaited Reed in Werner's desk, a business card bearing the name Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson exuded a veneer of respectability during questioning, his alibi airtight, a dinner engagement with his spouse and friends. Yet a flicker in his gaze raised Reed's suspicions. "Did you have any personal dealings with Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed probed casually. A fleeting expression of guilt crossed Emerson's features, swiftly masked by practiced composure. "Only in a professional capacity," he maintained. Forensic analysis later linked partial fingerprints from Werner's belongings to Emerson, unraveling a web of deceit. We were involved, Emerson confessed under pressure. But it was over. She threatened to expose me to my wife. Reed's gaze bore into him, unyielding. Enough to end a life. Emerson's facade crumbled, revealing a man driven to desperate measures to safeguard his reputation and marriage. The trail of evidence led to a damning revelation. Emerson had orchestrated a macabre ritual of seduction and betrayal. He targeted women resembling his wife in her youth, luring them to the motel room adjacent to the last door on the left, a chamber of horrors equipped with hidden cameras. After capturing their liaisons on film, he returned to erase all trace of his sins by silencing the women forever. In the interrogation room, Emerson's mask of indifference shattered. They threatened everything I had built, he confessed hoarsely. My image, my marriage, my very existence. The trial unfolded swiftly, a spectacle of justice meted out in a sterile courtroom. Emerson remained stoic, a portrait of apathy etched on his features as the gavel fell, sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. As he was led away, Reed locked eyes with him, catching a glimpse of the void that dwelled within him, a void devoid of empathy. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left case, a chilling saga dissected by psychologists and armchair detectives alike. Yet for Reed, the case lingered like an unsolved riddle, a haunting reminder that some doors, once opened, reveal horrors that refuse to fade into oblivion. In the hushed confines of the evidence locker, 3 identical motel keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to a chapter of darkness that had finally met its end, but left a lingering chill in its wake. Story 24, The Enigmatic Calf. The calf, a sanctuary of routine and quietude, had been his haven for countless years, the same table, the same order, the same enigmatic silence. To the barista, he was a familiar face, yet to all others, he remained a stranger without a name. Then one ordinary day, he failed to make his customary appearance. Concerned, the police investigated his usual seat and discovered a wallet abandoned. Within it, a driver's license displayed a photo, but beyond that image, there existed only emptiness where his identity should have resided. Detective Sarah Mercer, a woman of keen intellect and unwavering determination, studied the security footage with furrowed brows. The man known only as John Doe in the investigative records appeared unassuming on the screen, average in stature, unremarkable in appearance, clad in a navy coat and carrying a weathered leather messenger bag. His vanishing act defied logic, for he had entered, seated himself, but never departed. "Replay it," Mercer directed the tech specialist. The footage unfurled the sequence of events: John's arrival during the bustling morning hours, his usual order of black coffee sans sugar, his retreat to the secluded corner table shielded by a verdant plant. He wrote in a notebook, occasionally gazing out the window as he sipped his coffee. Then the pivotal moment arrived. He placed his wallet on the table, rose, and strolled towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned, never emerged through any exit. He simply evaporated into the ether. "Inspect the restroom footage," Mercer ordered. "The curious part is," the specialist responded, "he never entered any restroom. We've scrutinized every camera angle. It's as though he dissolved into thin air." Back at the precinct, Mercer meticulously sifted through the wallet's contents splayed across her desk. The driver's license photo bore a resemblance to their enigmatic figure, yet the personal details were replaced by voids. Credit cards devoid of names, only strings of digits with no ties to any known accounts. Neatly stacked cash of various denominations, a coffee shop receipt dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card blank save for a faintly printed phone number in gray ink. Upon dialing the number, Mercer encountered silence, interrupted only by the rustle of paper, as if someone pored over documents. The call terminated after 30 seconds. The barista, who had served John for years, could offer scant insight. He was reserved, always courteous, generous with tips. Perhaps he had an accent, but his voice was so soft it was difficult to discern. "Did he engage with anyone here?" Mercer inquired. "Converse, never, always solitary, engrossed in his writing," the barista replied. The notebook, a cryptic tome, lay open beside the forsaken wallet, filled with what seemed to be encoded text or ciphers. Cryptographers grappled with deciphering its contents. Among the pages were architectural sketches of buildings unrecognized in the locale. Mercer dispatched officers to circulate John Doe's images in the neighborhood, yet no recognition surfaced, no missing persons report aligned with his description. His fingerprints eluded all databases, confining his existence to the confines of the coffee shop. Throughout her inquiry, Mercer discerned an anomaly in the security footage each morning. Upon John's entrance, the timestamp flickered momentarily. Dismissed as a technical hiccup by the specialist, Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the cafe, she seated herself at his table, surveying both the entrance and the restroom corridor. Suspended between them hung an antique mirror, adorned with esoteric symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Upon the owner's arrival, Mercer probed about the mirror. "That relic predates me, a fixture of the establishment, weighty as sin requires two to shift it. Has it ever been relocated, for cleaning or refurbishment? Never in my tenure, why inquire?" Mercer approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. The glass distorted, lending the reflection an uncanny depth. Expecting cool glass, she encountered warmth upon touching its surface. The forensics team unearthed a concealed compartment behind the mirror, housing a trove of identical wallets bearing driver's licenses with identical photos, but bereft of personal particulars. Adjacent lay a leather-bound journal replete with entries inscribed over decades, mirroring the script in the notebook left behind. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The portal is closing." Investigators uncovered John Doe's fingerprints throughout the hidden enclave. Carbon dating of the oldest wallet suggested it dated back 50 years, yet the visage in the photo remained eternally unaltered. The journal chronicled experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference, allusions to crossing over and portals interspersed throughout. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The cafe serves as a nexus and intersection of realities. The mirror stands as the gateway. When alignment transpires, traversal becomes plausible. As the scrutiny intensified, peculiar events unfurled around the cafe. Patrons reported autonomous movements in their reflected images on the window glass. Some claimed sightings of John Doe at his customary spot, though surveillance cameras bore no evidence of his presence. The breakthrough surfaced when an elderly woman contacted the precinct regarding the investigation. Introducing herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist engaged in clandestine government projects, she identified John Doe as Daniel Weston. Daniel Weston, she elucidated, a brilliant theoretical physicist who vanished during an experiment involving quantum mirror surfaces postulated to permit matter to shift between parallel realities. Keller proffered documents indicating Weston's presumed demise following a laboratory mishap, aligning with the earliest journal entry discovered behind the mirror. He posited that our realm coexists with myriad others, Keller expounded. Certain locales serve as breaches between these dimensions where transference is plausible. Armed with this revelation, Mercer revisited the cafe, unveiling that the edifice stood upon the site of the research facility where Weston had worked. The calf had materialized atop the laboratory where he had vanished. The denouement of the saga arrived as Mercer, poring over the security footage in solitude one twilight, discerned a revelation overlooked in prior viewings. Reflected in the mirror, she beheld John Doe Daniel Weston observing his seated self, two iterations of the same man coexisting in the same instant. Rushing to the calf, Mercer discovered the mirror shattered on the floor. Amidst the fragments lay a final missive scribed in the familiar hand. The experiment concludes. The portal shuts. Do not pursue. The enigma of the apparition who eluded existence endured as an enigma, officially unresolved. The calf shuddered post-investigation, succumbing to demolition eventually. Daniel Weston's remains eluded discovery. His journals and notebooks vanished from the evidence vault under mysterious circumstances. Detective Mercer relinquished her badge in the aftermath. Locals occasionally glimpsed her on her veranda, fervently writing in a journal akin to Weston's. A segment of an antique mirror adorned her wall, its surface occasionally rippling unnoticed by human gaze. Story 25: The Unseen Observer. The listing from the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints, carefully examined by the family, revealed no trace of it. Yet when they peeled back the worn carpet in their new home, a hidden door emerged, obscured from view. A handle heavy with rust awaited them. It took the combined effort of three to pry it open, revealing a staircase leading down into the unknown depths below. Stale air, thick with the scent of damp earth, greeted them as they descended. What they anticipated to be a storage space turned out to be something far more unsettling. A solitary chair occupied the center of the basement, illuminated by a single swaying light bulb above. Behind it, a row of photographs lined the wall, photographs of them. Images captured from within the confines of their own home, a chilling revelation that sent shivers down their spines. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban abode seeking character and history, unaware of the dark secrets that lay hidden within its walls, secrets that would soon entwine with their own lives in unexpected and disturbing ways. Detective Sarah Connors and her partner arrived at the scene, the crime unit already at work securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's frantic call had led them here, to a place where privacy had been violated in the most insidious manner. As they meticulously documented the basement, each flash of the camera illuminated the eerie space. The chair, the photographs, the oppressive atmosphere, it all pointed to a presence that had invaded the sanctity of their home. The investigation unveiled a history of the property shrouded in mystery and darkness. Previous owners, each staying for a brief period before departing, had not spoken of the hidden basement. As Connors delved deeper, inconsistencies in records and alterations in blueprints hinted at a sinister past lurking beneath the surface. The contractor who had renovated the house years ago denied the existence of the basement, his fear palpable as he insisted on its non-existence. Digital forensics unearthed a trove of images and audio recordings, capturing intimate moments of the families who had resided in the house. The perpetrator's meticulous observation extended beyond mere photography, delving into the very fabric of their lives. A journal filled with chilling observations and cryptic messages pointed to a man named Edward Kelvin, the original builder of the house who had vanished without a trace. As the investigation progressed, a disturbing truth emerged: Edward Kelvin had never truly left the house. He had retreated into its hidden recesses, constructing a web of surveillance that spanned generations of unsuspecting residents. A manhunt ensued, culminating in the discovery of Kelvin, a spectral figure haunting the shadows of his own creation. Kelvin's delusions painted the families as mere players in his twisted narrative, unwitting participants in his voyeuristic obsession. The trial that followed laid bare the extent of his surveillance network, a meticulously orchestrated scheme that had transformed the house into a prison of his making. As the property was razed to the ground, the families who had dwelled within its walls were left with a lingering sense of unease, a ghostly presence that lingered long after the physical structure had crumbled. In quiet moments, they found themselves glancing at the corners of their new homes, wondering if hidden eyes still watched, if unseen ears still listened. The violation they had endured went beyond the tangible, seeping into the very fabric of their being. For Edward Kelvin, the house remained eternal, a monument to his delusions, a testament to the unsettling truth that some secrets are never truly buried, but instead linger in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. Story 26. She longed to refresh the nursery before her little one's arrival. The walls, once a weary blue, held within them tales of bygone days. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden secret emerged from beneath the faint outline of letters, gradually sharpening into legibility. A message lay concealed beneath the surface, cryptic and foreboding. Don't let it hear you. Her breath hitched in her throat as she recoiled, noticing something peculiar: tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh coat of paint, too high for a child's reach. This eerie revelation within the nursery of the Morgan household marked the genesis of what would be later dubbed as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style abode just months earlier, enticed by its seemingly unbelievable price tag. The real estate agent had glossed over the property's shadowy past, mentioning only minor cosmetic concerns. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the residence, her notebook at the ready. A woman, her pregnant form swathed in paint-stained overalls, answered the door. Weariness etched deep lines around her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. With trembling hands, she recounted the unsettling discovery of the hidden message and ghostly handprints. The previous owners vanished abruptly, the woman divulged. Neighbors claimed they fled in the dead of night, leaving behind their possessions and fleeing with only the essentials in their car. Detective Klein traversed the aged abode, her steps echoing on the creaking floorboards. In the nursery, she inspected the partially painted wall, the chilling message still visible where the painting had been abandoned in haste. Beside it, 5 small handprints marred the wet paint, positioned at a height unattainable for a child. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's records. The house had changed hands numerous times in 3 decades, an unusually high turnover rate. Alarming were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of the previous families, detailing children's claims of whispers from the walls and the sensation of being watched while they slumbered. As Detective Klein delved deeper, she unearthed construction blueprints and historical documents, unveiling a macabre past. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings alluded to the mysterious disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have absconded. Upon Eleanor's demise, renovations unearthed a sealed chamber concealed behind the nursery wall, containing children's belongings but no remains. Interviewing former inhabitants, Detective Klein pieced together a disconcerting narrative. Each family with children reported inexplicable phenomena: toys rearranged overnight, childish laughter reverberating in empty corridors, and crayon drawings appearing out of nowhere. Most dismissed these occurrences as figments of imagination until the ominous message surfaced during nursery repaintings. A forensic linguist confirmed the chilling truth: the handwriting matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's diaries. More unsettling were the handprints uniform in size and placement over the years, despite different children residing in the home. The investigation took a sinister twist when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. Beneath the concrete floor, anomalies indicated 5 distinct shapes of childlike proportions. Breaking through the concrete revealed a grim revelation: 5 sets of small remains arranged in a circle, verifying the tragic fate of the children during Aliner's tenure. Each child wore a pendant bearing their name, the 5 orphans who had vanished. Luminol sprayed in the nursery unveiled a haunting sight: countless handprints glowing in the darkness, invisible beneath layers of paint to the naked eye. Aliner's journals, recovered from archives, unveiled her twisted beliefs of harnessing orphans' energy to prolong her life. The children had etched warnings on the walls, hoping future occupants would unearth their plight. The case concluded with the proper interment of the victims, finally acknowledging them as murder victims rather than runaways. The house, forsaken by the expectant couple, remained desolate. Detective Klein submitted her final report, documenting the luminol-lit handprints and the hidden message. Justice had been served, yet an enigmatic presence lingered, an inexplicable force that transcended paint and time. The nursery walls were raised during remediation, but workers attested to hearing whispers within the debris, refraining from returning after their shifts. The house met condemnation, a cold case file gathering dust, a testament to closure achieved but unanswered spiritual queries. The detective retained a photograph, a spectral imprint of 5 luminous handprints, a poignant reminder that some transgressions leave indelible marks, impervious to fresh coats of paint. Story 27. In the quiet stillness of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the mail for Sarah Miller. Wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address, the single brass key held an air of age and mystery. Sarah, a retired teacher living alone, felt a strange familiarity with the key despite not recognizing it. As she tried the key in every lock in her home, not a single one turned. It did not belong to her, yet there was something unsettlingly familiar about it. Placing it on her coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime, its gears stirring to life despite being broken for years. Perplexed by this strange occurrence, Sarah reported it to the authorities. The responding officer at first dismissed her concerns as a simple mistake in the mail, but Sarah's unease persisted, a feeling that something was amiss, something dark lurking beneath the surface. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, unaware of the chain of events it would set in motion. The brass key sat on Detective Robert Harmon's desk, unassuming yet exuding an eerie presence. Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, sensed that this seemingly innocuous key held secrets waiting to be unveiled. Background checks on Sarah revealed nothing suspicious, no criminal history, no red flags. The forensic team found only her fingerprints on the key, the envelope yielding no clues except for a generic postmark. The key itself, a standard Schlage, bore the marks of time and use. It was a breakthrough moment when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique pattern through the department database. A cold case from years ago surfaced, linking the key to a storage unit where horrors had been uncovered: blood-stained carpets, cutting tools, and images of unidentified women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, the perpetrator slipping through the cracks. Sarah, caught in the midst of this unfolding nightmare, found herself at the center of a chilling criminal investigation. The key, a sinister link to a past filled with unspeakable crimes, now tied her fate to a web of darkness she could never have imagined. As the investigation deepened, the search led to a man named Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor with a shadowy past. Jenkins, a man of obscurity and secrets, had left behind a trail of unexplained gaps and movements, a ghost in the lives of those who had once known him. The true horror revealed itself when a hidden room was discovered beneath the floorboards of a cabin linked to Jenkins. Rows of brass keys, each bearing a name and date, hinted at the grim fate of those who had crossed paths with the elusive keymaster. The hunt for Jenkins escalated, spanning nationwide as the community reeled in fear at the realization of a predator lurking in their midst. The manhunt culminated in a tense standoff, ending with Jenkins taking his own life, leaving behind a journal detailing his heinous acts. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly, a chilling testament to the twisted obsession that had led to her doorstep. The darkness that had brushed against her life left scars that could never fully heal, a reminder of the fragility of safety in a world where monsters walked among ordinary people. The brass keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, now sat in an evidence locker, a haunting reminder of lives lost, and a community forever changed by the darkness that had briefly pierced their tranquil existence. In the aftermath, as the community grappled with the revelation of evil in their midst, Sarah found solace in the knowledge that justice had been served. Yet the shadows of that fateful key lingered, a reminder that beneath the surface of the ordinary, a world of darkness and secrets could lie waiting to be unveiled.